dire aussi quand il y a un truc que je dois prendre en considération. Je te donne une chaise? Comment tu dis? Ah bah non, je pense pas. Je vais juste regarder. C'est... Ok. Ah si, il est là. Pardon. Je le vois. Hey! Nice to see you again.
Yes, hello. Just to make sure it's working. Because right now it's muted, so we just. Yeah, it's fine.
That's
Right now.
fine.
So we just take the mic down then. Thank you. I think you know how it works.
It's only two. Okay, I have nothing to do but the other way.
Okay,
For
okay.
me, it's
It's just
yeah.
right line, that's all. Green one is forward, and one is backward. Also, if you want,
I think it's more for Bettina and the other ones, but
Okay,
it's fine.
great.
I can understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just use line one.
Yes.
Oh, ho, ho. Good. And if I'm too much in the moment, wave like that, okay? So super. Emilia, nice to meet you. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, great. Okay, I think. Hello, very honored to meet you. Lovely to meet you. Oh, I will be the moderator. Yes. Yes. Hello, nice to meet you. Moldova. Yes, I was the interim series. Oh, yes. Wow. And I will introduce as Eva Hravlov, Havlova. And yet, I wanted to tell you, Eva, that mentioned to Elizabeth, I remember this lady. She spoke in Oslo. So that is 12 years ago. So well done, huh? 11 years ago. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, yes. Oh, welcome in any case. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. So, Elisabeth, est-ce qu'on va mettre un speaker seat here pour le prochain speaker? Parce que the health minister, where does he sit? Ça, c'est le portable de qui? Ah, parce que...
Best place. Best place.
my rock star. Yeah, I need to now.
Your best, I know. I'm supporting you.
You are the best. I'm really happy you're here. So, I will know. I know I need to get ready, but well,
So sorry, before we start, something for organizing, if you can move from your seat outside more in the middle, because we have some late arrivals and they can then sit in the outside and you can switch in the middle of the rows. Thank you. Thank you so much.
up.
Dobre ráno. This is the right word to say good morning in Czech. I tried saying that right. Good morning to everyone in the room. Good morning to everyone online. Good morning to our friends from Uniroska, the Czech MS Society. Good morning to the participants from Uniroska, the Czech Society. Good morning to Mr. Jakub Dvoracek, Deputy Minister of Health. And as I heard, you are the one who very pushed forward the patient engagement in the Czech Republic, so thank you for that. Welcome to Professor Eva Havadova, who is supporting us very well for organizing this conference. Welcome to Olga Rubinova and Irina Landova from the Czech MS Society. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to the EMSP 2025 conference here in Prague, in this historical, delightful city. This conference theme is, as you know, prevention in MS and related disorders. We are coming together today and tomorrow to hear from experts the very latest insights into the prevention of MS, NMO and MOGAD, and to discuss this. And we want to hear from people with MS and other disorders about their experiences and the way of living with these disorders, their concerns and questions, and from representatives from the different organizations, their proposals or solutions in this field. As you know, there are different types or levels of prevention, and I don't want to say too much because we have 1.5 days to discuss this. We have primordial prevention. This seeks to avoid the emergence of risk factors themselves, and for MS, for example, creating a healthy environment from childhood on, balanced nutrition, physical activity, avoiding obesity. Then, as you all know, there's more common primary prevention, means the intervention on known risk factors to stop diseases before it starts. Secondary prevention, this involves early detection and prompt treatment to halt progression at first sign. Tertiary prevention, once MS or another disorder is established, the aim is to minimize disability and to prevent complications. Quaternary prevention, that's not so often mentioned, but also important. No over or mistreatment, avoiding unnecessary investigations or medications. Vigilant monitoring of side effects and adherence to evidence-based guidelines for treatments and interventions. So this is a small introduction, what we are talking about, what we're hearing. We want to hear your questions. We have a lot of panelists, speakers, and I'm very happy to welcome all the speakers for today and tomorrow. To say a big thank to the organizing team, to our friends from Uniroska, that they help us so much with organizing this conference, to our donors and to our sponsors. And last but not least, for the hotel, for the accommodation, for the really good venue here, and for the city of Prague, because it's so lovely, beautiful city, historical, and to be here makes the conference a success from the beginning. And then I'm happy to invite Bettina Hausmann as our moderator for today and tomorrow. And Bettina is well known in our community. She moderates several conferences. She was a former CEO of EMSP, and she works in the field for health and social affairs and political affairs for a long time, living in Brussels. And I'm happy that you are here and moderate us through the whole day and tomorrow. And I give you the floor and thank you, and I wish you all and us a fruitful meeting, a fruitful conference, a lot of information, discussions, and I'm really sure that you're going home with a lot of new insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a Madonna microphone. So good morning to everyone. I am truly excited that I am given this opportunity to be with you the whole days again. It's the third time that I moderate the EMSP conference, the fourth time that I have a role that when I was the interim CEO. And every time afterwards I went sailing, which felt a whew, except that last time I got so excited about the conference that I fell into the marina of Athens, actually. So anyway, there are many people also who are on sailing boats with me and many people on this MS journey, and it's wonderful. Before I will say more, I would like to invite Olga to the floor, because she is our representative of Uniroska, the Czech Patient Association. And Olga, please, where are you? So, yes. Olga, can you give your full name and tell where you are, because you're in a regional branch. A microphone is there, and the floor is yours, and I met Olga on a boat for 3 minutes many years ago. You too? Of course it is, for as long as you speak with passion.
Yes. So.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Jirina Landová, and I am from the Czech MS Society Uniroska. Dear delegates, colleagues and friends, allow me to welcome you to our Here Today EMSP conference on behalf of the Czech MS Society Roska Union. It is an honor to welcome all of you gathered here in our beautiful city of Prague. We thank EMSP for having trusted us to participate in the organization of this conference. We wish this conference is going to be fruitful for all participants. We also hope everyone is going to end up living, taking with them a good amount of experts' information, as well as personal enrichment. We are happy to see that amongst those who will speak and join discussion are to be found Czech experts. A member we are particularly proud of to have here today is Jarek Vojnar. He will talk about what it's like to live with a serious case of MS for many, many years and how to, despite these odds, emerge victorious and profit of a life worth living. We will be honored to meet you in Prague on other times as well.
Thank you very much. Jirina Landova, you are the Secretary General of Uniroska, yes. Is that correct? And then Olga Rubikova, you are leading a regional branch, yes, correct? Great. So tell us and welcome.
So welcome. I am happy to have you all over here today. It is my wish to speak for all our Czech participants gathered here. When I say just how wonderful and unique an opportunity it is for us to take part in a conference like this, to hear from experts from all over Europe whose words are directly translated to Czech. You see, our society, Uniroska, saw its foundation over 30 years ago, at a time when the principal foreign language taught in school was Russian, not English. Some of these veteran members, if I may put it so, are to be found amongst us here today. That being said, there is you here as well. People who, even though perhaps not yet facing the worst of it, have decided to take the responsible approach to their lives and find interest in honest, scientific progress. We have today the opportunity to acquaint ourselves with representatives of patient societies from all of Europe. For the Society Uniroska and us regional delegates of the society from the whole of Czechia, I just mean to say it is an honor to host such an event. We will try to be honored to welcome you on other occasions in the city of Brno, in Moravia, where I had the regional branch. So we both wish you all enjoy a fruitful 2 days here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. And thank you again on behalf of all of us to Uniroska for hosting us and coming with a number of wonderful speakers and patient representatives and volunteers. So thank you very much for that. I think you can give an applause to that, actually. Good. Before we get going, I would like to say a couple of words. Social media. We do have a lot in place, and it would be wonderful if you were communicating about your experience, if possible, with the hashtag EMSP 2025. So LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, X, which I don't use any longer, but that's a comment we haven't heard, and Blue Sky. So please go for it and let the chat buzz. And please also here be interactive. You will be hearing many presentations, and sometimes we don't have a Q&A foreseen, but there is moments for interaction, both in the flow of the day, in Q&As, and also during those moments in the corridors, etc. Talking about the corridors, there is a storytelling station in the coffee break room at the entrance on the first floor. And there you can do something which is really beautiful and which we would be very grateful for, and the community will be grateful for if you feel like it. And that is recording a video about your own MS journey for those who live with MS. I shall say that I've been living with MS for more than 20 years. and being connected in the community with the community and hearing from people from the community has actually made me feel so much better about living with MS. And at some moment it moved from being a big issue to sometimes even an element of pride, but that's a long journey. So, recording a video. Then, if you're even more into the social media buzz, or for yourself, there is a selfie wall where you can take photos and again share it or get it for yourself. There is one more piece that is very serious. There is no fire alarm foreseen. Okay, so if you hear something, that is a fire alarm. It is not foreseen at all, 00, but just for you to know, and the person who will know who are the fire exits is Elena at the desk there. She will at some moment let you know where it is. It's just housekeeping, but it's always good to know. So then, talking about the welcome desk, there are loads of beautiful helpers and organizers who can really help you with whatever question you have. And there is also a very nice thing, we are straining your energy. It's a good thing, but also it takes energy. So for those who really needs to rest, there is a room to chill, to just like rewind on the first floor where the breakfast area is. It's the only glazed door, but again, people will point you to it. So if you really need that, and the other form of restroom, so the toilets are if you go out on the left-hand side. Good. Now, without any further one more thing. Sorry for that. There is a game here, and it's the game that's called the Neuron Health Challenge. And the Neuron Health Challenge has a little round orange logo. So it's round and orange. And you can go like it's not so long after Easter. It's a Neuron Health icon chase. And you can find 10 of these neurons that are hidden, and you can win a ticket for EMSP conference in Berlin next year. The conference is wonderful, Berlin is wonderful, so one reason to chase the icons. The icons can be found in the exhibition area, in the poster area, in the storytelling station of which I talked, and in the virtual booth. There are 10 of them, and you might want to start chasing today, because the deadline is tomorrow at 11 o'clock. That brings me to welcoming the people who are remotely connected via web stream. You can go chasing as well. First of all, hello to all of you. You can go chasing, and actually you can find 5 neurons on the conference website. You need to take a screenshot, but not only of the icon, but in its context, so that we know you've chased, and then you can send it to the address emsp@downtowneurope.com. Same deadline, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Now, I need to breathe, and that's a wonderful opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, the Deputy Minister of Health of the Republic, the Czech Republic, and so it's Jakub Dvoracek. We are honored to have you here, and thank you for welcoming us.
Good morning and welcome. It's so great to be here. And I have to really say, I'm follow up with the treatment and multiple sclerosis here in the Czech Republic for years. So it's always a pleasure to come to such an event. So once again, you are really warmly welcome, not just from my side, but also from the side of the whole Ministry of Health and my minister. He's not able to come, so I have this privilege to be here with you. And I was just thinking, what I should address it, in my short welcome speech. And what I come with is, let's say, a short summary and few points which are, from my perspective, crucial for all patients in Europe. And we are living in very exciting time, because we have a lot of legislation, European legislation open now, and I believe that some of those pieces of legislation can really change the life of patients in Europe and make access to treatment much more equal than it is now. So at the beginning, just few things, about the Czech Republic, and I have to say it because I still believe, we did a few extraordinary steps to make the patient groups really involved and patients involved in what we are doing in the healthcare. First, for a long time, we building the training and education system for the patient groups. What is very important, it's not just for the training itself. We have something what we call patient council at the ministry, which is the body which advising directly to the ministers and directly to key people at the ministry. So, and it's a body where the patients can be involved to negotiate the legislation, to negotiate the changes which we are then proposing. And you know that we involve the patients also in the evaluation and reimbursement process of rare diseases. It should be the first step. I believe, we are coming close to involve the patients more also in the other, let's say, pathways of pharmaceuticals and innovations to get to normal life. What is also very important to mention it, because we believe we cover the majority, how to support the patients and patient organizations. What is still missing here in the Czech Republic is, let's say, the good model of financing of patient groups. And yes, there's a lot of fundraising. There could be a lot of funding coming from different resources. Doesn't matter if it is the pharma industry or the different or some public collection. But what is coming and what I believe will very soon come through the parliament, we will allow also the payer funds, the mutual, to fund the patient groups for the work they are doing for their members, not just for the members, but also for the all patients with the same disease or from the same therapeutic area. And again, I believe that could really help to make the patients here stronger and more involved in what we are doing. And that's what I believe is one of the steps which will move us even further. So that's the Czech Republic. What I would like to highlight it now is where we are in Europe. You know that the FPA, the Pharmaceutical Association, is publishing every year the benchmark on how the patients get the treatment around the member states. And we see a huge disparities. We have countries like Germany, where all new innovations are coming nearly second day after they are registered at the EMA and approved by the Commission. And then you have countries where they really have to wait years to get to the treatment. And the differences are huge. If I take, for example, Germany, there are like 147 innovations from last 3-4 years available. In the Czech Republic, we are number 7, so I believe we are still quite good. It's around 104 innovation. But then we have countries on the other side of this list, and I will not name it because it's not about the blame and shame, but there are the countries where only 14 or 10 or 3 of the innovations from that whole group which come to Europe are available. So we see a huge disparity in the access around Europe. And this is something what is unacceptable, and we have to do something about it. And I am working a long time with European patient organization to work on this task. And I believe we are coming to the point which could really make a difference in on how the pharmaceuticals, but not just the pharmaceuticals, also diagnostics are coming to the patient in Europe. And maybe it's not visible on the first look because doesn't have all those things in the name. It's called Critical Medicine Act. So from the beginning, we will think, okay, it's about the critical medicine. You know that we have a critical medicine list on the EMA, which are mainly antibiotics, it's vaccines, immunotherapies, antivirotics, let's say the pharmaceuticals of, let's say, important for public health. But if you will come in detail, and it's only a few months since when this draft was published by European Commission, you will also find that there is a significant part covering joint procurement. So if this piece of legislation will pass it through, we will have more tools as member states, as, let's say, payers, and those who are responsible to manage the access. We will have new tools which will allow us to move it forward in negotiation with the pharmaceutical industry, with medical device industry, and so on. And this is the reason why I believe it's so crucial, because there is also, let's say, a new definition, because the whole Critical Medicine Act is about critical medicine, but there is this part which is about the medicines or pharmaceuticals of common interest. And this is the pharmaceuticals which doesn't get the access to patients, where the market doesn't work. And if you will take the 3 member states and they agree that treatment is important and market doesn't work, then they can come to Commission and ask to create, the joint procurement, to call the other member states and to ask them to participate, on this negotiation. And I believe this is one of the crucial steps to move it forward, the access of patients in Europe. Without that, we will still struggle to have the equal access in all member states, or at least a similar access of patients in Europe. So this is one of the pieces of legislation I would like to highlight. There is also the pharmaceutical package. It's also coming to the end of negotiation. Everybody hopes it's soon, now we are finishing the discussions on the council level. We have a European Parliament position. And again, there are a number of parts which are so important for the access of patients around Europe. It's also, how the member states can share, how we can manage the flow of pharmaceuticals around Europe to get immediately to the patient, and so on and so on. I believe that your members are negotiating that. But it's also important that you are coming to your ministers, your ministries, and you ask them, to be active in this field and to find, this joint understanding that we need a joint approach to manage the access for all which are in the need around Europe. So that's the few points which I would love to highlight it, for your conference. And on the end, all the best. Enjoy the time here. I believe the Prague can really offer a lot. You have a great people in your local patient organization. I see Anna Hlaváčová, I see all the people who are really involved to create the better life of patients here in Czech Republic. But you have also a beautiful city around you. So just don't forget, it's not about just about this place, but you have a lot of nice things outside. So please enjoy it. Enjoy the program. Enjoy everything what will come in your discussion, and just be bit more interested in what's happening now, in this European legislation, because at least I believe it can really make a big change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you for talking about the needs, the disparities, and what are solutions now and on the horizon. Wonderful, and we'll take you up on the Prague thing. Thank you. All the best. So now it's the moment to have our online keynote speak, and we will have Professor Eva Hrvádová here who will talk to us. And actually, I met you, Eva, 11 years ago when we were in Oslo, and I mentioned immediately, I still remember that speech, which is wonderful. And Jana, who had the same role within EMSP as I, the interim CEO, she reintroduced Professor Hrvádová to me and said, Eva is my true role model. You do not know how much she has been doing for the social system, together with the Ministry of Health, of course, in the Czech Republic. Wonderful to have you here, and we look forward to the landscape of prevention in MS. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I am really happy to welcome all of you in Prague. So enjoy. You have already heard that it is not just about the conference, but about Prague itself. My task is to cover the topic of landscape of prevention, which has always been my goal, but many, many years ago, and I will not tell you how many years I am in the field, it was not possible. It was nothing we could speak about. And definitely now we have to know where we come from, what was the beginning. And therefore I would like to say something about the history, how all this knowledge about MS has been discovered. You know that Jean-Martin Charcot described the disease, but of course we have some historical notes that there was something like this disease even in 20th century. And he described the disease based on 3 patients. It's unbelievable now. Yeah, it could not happen, in fact, unless it is a rare disease. But he was working with some pathologists, and he based his knowledge on this. So they described what is happening in the brain and spinal cord. And then you see there were a lot of, it's just a short summary. It's not all of the scientists and neurologists who worked on multiple sclerosis. But as to treatment, Charcot said, it's not yet the time we can speak about it. So he knew he cannot do anything with it. And it was just a speculation that there is some inflammation. But it took many, many years. In 1933, immunologists were the first who described autoimmune inflammation, and they created a model on mice. And in that time, no neurologist believed that there was inflammation in the brain. It was called immune privileged organ when inflammation doesn't happen, the brain. Then you see many years later, oligoclonal bands, which are now basic of diagnosis, laboratory diagnosis, were discovered. But still, nobody knew what is it for, what it's doing, what are the B cells doing, which are producing these bands. And then finally, MRI was discovered. And a very famous pathologist, Hans Lassmann from Vienna, described the pathology of multiple sclerosis, said why brain is not an immune privileged organ and how the inflammation happens. And with MRI, we were able to create diagnostic criteria, which changed every several years because there was a new knowledge. And as I said, treatment was not on the horizon for many, many years. But in the 50s, last century, corticosteroids were first used for treatment of an attack. But still, it is not clear in all the countries and all over the world if each attack should be treated with steroids. We believe that yes. There are people who think that steroids has no effect on the long-term progression. But there is now under review a publication which has a lot of data showing that yes. Then the double-blind trial methodology had to be created. And then you see the list of drugs which came. It was a lot of excitement with interferon and glatiramer acetate until we discovered that it cannot help to everybody, and especially not in further stages or is more aggressive disease. Then mitoxantrone was introduced, which is not used anymore because of side effects, and natalizumab was discovered. And it was really a breakthrough because it was more than twice as effective than interferon and Copaxone. And then there is a list of other drugs. And the treatment goal changed from decreasing the number of relapses to something which rheumatologists called long-term remission, but we created a new term. It was first disease-free. It was published in Lancet in 2009, and then it was renamed by Gavin Giovannoni, famous English neurologist, to NEDA, no evidence of disease activity. It is our goal today, and it enables comparison between trials. In last years, a lot of data were gathered by various registries and databases, and based on this we know that if we start with high efficacy therapy in the beginning, we have much better effect of treatment, much better prognosis of the patient. So it changed as well. But let's go back when it starts. We know now that it's not when the patient has the first attack, because we know that in that time many patients has a lot of lesions on on MRI. And so the discovery of RIS was very important, and it was described or defined in 2009 by Professor Okuda, which are the first lesions before the patient has first neurological symptoms. And there may be some prodromal symptoms. Some of you may remember that there was headache or anxiety or fatigue or more infections or something like that. And these people spend more money for health care, though it is not neurological care. So what is the basis for this? We know that there is some genetics, that some genes are responsible partially for the susceptibility, not the disease itself, susceptibility to the disease. And there must be some environmental factors, which are the sunlight, D vitamin, obesity, smoking, not enough exercise, and microbiome of our gut. So the disease happens, and something happens in the brain, which is not yet visible on MRI. But then the lesions are formed, and the lesions may be seen on MRI. And if the patient is sent because of headache, for example, migraine is one of those examples, sent to MRI, the finding for multiple sclerosis can be there already. But the patient doesn't have neurological symptoms of multiple sclerosis yet. But in that time of prodromal syndromes, we know that there are proteins which are parts of axons of the nerve fibers may be found in the blood. And these are neurofilaments, and they are increased even several years before you have first neurological symptoms. Also, there are high titers of EBV. EBV is also, Epstein-Barr virus is also one of the environmental factors for multiple sclerosis, which we do not understand yet well. And low vitamin D. So this happens before there is RIS and before the patient has the first symptoms. So you have here the definitions and why it changed. Okuda was very strict in these definitions. And now we have new data from Professor Emmanuel Lebrun from France, showing that enough lesions are 2 lesions with some other factors, with some other risk factors. So we are much better in diagnosing RIS if we have incidental MRI finding of something. And why it is so important? I will show you an example of our patient. It was a young lady who unfortunately experimented with drugs, ended up in psychiatry ward with paranoia, was hospitalized for several months. It's heavy psychiatric treatment, so she had a lot of side effects of this. And she was fortunately hospitalized on a psychiatry ward, which is also scientifically oriented. So they do a lot of research, especially on schizophrenia. And they did MRI, and they do it in all their patients. It is not done in all the psychiatry wards, I'm sure. But they saw something which resembled multiple sclerosis. It's the upper picture on the left. And they sent it to me. And I saw the picture, then I saw the patient. The patient was doing well, just he was slowed. The communication was not very well because she was full of these psychiatric drugs. She really had this MRI finding, which resembled multiple sclerosis. And she was followed in our MRI department, and then we saw that there are more lesions, and we decided to start treatment. We knew that there are ongoing trials in RIS area, and we decided that it would be good for her. She is doing better and better, so her psychiatric disease improved so much that now she is part-time working, and even now she is contemplating having a child. She was stable on teriflunomide for several years. Now she had new lesions, so we decided to switch her to something with which she can be pregnant. So it's a story which ended up well because she had good psychiatrist. Not all psychiatrists will send patients to MRI, of course. Why I'm saying that? Because there are really trials with dimethyl fumarate and teriflunomide which show the ability, if you diagnose RIS, that you can postpone having the first clinical symptom. It was 2-year trial, each of this drug, and it was 70 to 80% of patients didn't develop first clinical symptom on their MRI or clinically during this 2-year period. So it's fantastic efficacy. with drugs which are so-called first line. They are now in the era of the generics, so it's not a big financial issue. But we can do something. Yeah, so it's our goal to go further and further to the beginning of the disease. So we have several things. We have the environmental factors. We can, up to now, do nothing with EBV, and everybody here, or maybe one person here, doesn't have antibodies against EBV. So there is a lot of effort to vaccinate, because EBV is causing a lot of diseases, not just this. Infectious mononucleosis is something which stands in many patients before they start having MS symptoms. But we are not yet there, and 90% or 95% of people all over the world have this virus in their body, so it's ubiquitous. So we cannot do anything with this. What we can do is teaching people not to smoke. How many smokers are there? I will not ask, you will not respond. True. We will see in the break. We have to supplement people with D vitamin. It showed its efficacy in the era of COVID. And we now here in Czech Republic are living in an era where we do not have enough sun. And so nearly all people in Czech Republic should be supplemented. So definitely children of patients, it's a must. Patients, nobody knows if it really helps, but it seems that it improves the efficacy of drugs we are using. And of course, general population as well, because it has to do with many diseases. And it's not just a vitamin, it's a hormone. So it has something to do with the ability of immune system to work properly. Then, of course, taking care of microbiome, it means you are not obese, because obesity is a pro-inflammatory status, and we don't want any inflammation. And obesity, especially in puberty, is really bad. You may develop multiple sclerosis if it is one of these risk factors. Enough exercise, physical activity. It's something which really is a problem today, and we are trying as doctors, as patient organizations to really promote physical activity, which is not just one activity. Each patient may have their own activity which they like, because you never will do something you do not like. If I tell you go to swim every day and you hate water, it will never work. So you must find something you like to do it every day. So there are some things we really can do to decrease the number of patients all over the world. You may ask why to treat so early, because myself personally, I lived a lot of years in the, there was Professor Jedlička, and he was very active, but a lot of neurologists said, watch and wait. We will see what the disease will do. But what the disease does is eating the brain. So I do not want to wait for something like that. We know that a lot of patients who were really well examined with RIS had already some cognitive impairment. You see 40% of patients had some memory problems in the beginning, before they had neurological symptoms. Then there are some brain metabolic changes which are happening already when you see the first lesions on MRI in the brain. So I don't want to wait for that. And some neurodegeneration is occurring. Right from the beginning, the axons are really transected. Less fibers means less function. So, of course, we have all reserve in our brain. And it's said it's 30 to 40%. If your delivery was okay and nothing happened in your childhood. But we are decreasing the reserves. The reserves are here to serve us when we are aging. And this reserve is eaten up. But when we should treat, when we are really sure it is RIS. And we have now quite strict criteria. You have seen that diagnostic criteria are changing. The 24th edition from the year 2024 are not yet published. But we really expect that RIS will be taken as already MS, and we could treat. But you need a cooperation with skilled neuroradiologists who is really able to diagnose it. And therefore we are organizing now hands-on training for radiologists in Czech Republic for those who are connected with MS centers. What is so special on MRI? You may see here that we have some lesions when we can see the center vein. I'm not sure. Yeah. This is a lesion, and in the middle you see the central vein. The lesions are created around the small vessels, and this is this small vessel. And it's very rarely seen in other diseases. It looks like coffee or like donut. It depends on where you cut it, if you cut it longitudinally or perpendicularly. So you can again see that, for example, this lesion has this shape, this one as well, so donut or coffee. And it's not easy to see it, and you cannot see it on normal MRI. You must have special sequence on MRI where you can see it. So they have to learn it, they have to see it. Sometimes we see something which is called non-specific lesions. After 40, nearly everybody has some white spots on MRI, but it's not all, of course, MS. And if you have these unspecific lesions in regions which are not typical for multiple sclerosis, you need to have also the imaging of the spinal cord, because and it's fascinating for me as a neurologist. I have always taught my students that in the spinal cord we have only tracts which are responsible for something, and therefore non-symptomatic, asymptomatic lesions in spinal cord don't exist, but they do. But definitely do, and this is one of them. You see the lesion, and the patient had no clinical signs. How is it possible? I don't know, but it is true. So you need the imaging of spinal cord, which if you omit, you may postpone the diagnosis for several years. And for those years, the disease is eating the brain. So we also need a doctor who is able to monitor the patient, and the patient has to be fully informed and agree with the treatment. But I can't imagine somebody who explains what MS is and he doesn't want the treatment. But there are those people. And we changed the concept of treatment. We had the previous concept, often starting with watch and wait, and then patient without treatment ended up in the wheelchair after several years, after 20 years, after 30 years, but also in 5 years. We are flipping the pyramid now. We want to start high-efficacy treatment in the beginning, and we know now the data from these big registries that we really can change the prognosis of the patient. The patient is for a longer time being able at work, functioning in the family, doing some hobbies, and living high-quality life. And our goal is to do even better. And could we do better? We have to move right to the beginning of the disease itself, not of the symptoms of the disease itself. But we also need the help of the patient. We need that the patient is active, that the patient does something. And this is one of those things. Brain health, you all know these brochures. You have it in many languages, this brochure, and it was promoted in 2015 at ECTRIMS, telling you that you should be physically active, keeping your weight under control, mind active, avoid smoking, watch how much you drink or have other toxic substances for your brain, and take medication for comorbidities. Now we have the second edition for all those diseases which are accompanying this topic of demyelinating diseases. It's also for patients with NMO and MOGAD. On the other hand, I cannot tell you how to prevent these two. There is not enough data. We don't have enough experience what is able to prevent it. But the prevention summary is this one: D vitamin supplementation, obesity prevention, healthy diet, smoking cessation, physical activity, cognitive training, treatment of comorbidities, and you have program for whole the day. So we definitely will discover something more, but this is crucial. If you are not active, if you are not working, nothing happens. And I think that EMSP should join the initiative, Global Multiple Sclerosis Prevention Initiative, which is organized by Australians and Canadians, and we should be with them in this strategy to prevent multiple sclerosis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eva. And now I fully remember why I remember your presentation from 11 years ago. Wonderful, not only the insights, but also the sentences that stick with us. The image of the donut and the coffee beans, but also really like 2 lesions are enough lesions. The disease is eating the brain, and that we can do something, and that we need to find what we like. So many calls for action in all directions, and also a little hint into the direction of NMO, about which we will hear a little more later. But first of all, I only have 2 hands. So first you get your gift, and now you get my hand. Thank you so much, and all the best. So. Now, before we go to our next panel and speech, I would like to thank and welcome 2 very important people here, and that is Sabina and Jana, who make sure that those who don't speak English hear what we are saying, and those who don't speak Czech the other way around. So warm welcome to you and to the overall tech team, actually. And please, I told both of them to go out of the booth and wave if we are getting too fast. You can do that also if we are getting too slow, by the way. Okay, good. So there was already a hint at the whole aging piece in our keynote presentation, and now we dive deeper into that one. And actually, I have to admit, I'm at the age where the neurologists say something like, that atrophy in your brain, I don't know whether that's your age or whether that's the MS, or you will age so much faster than anyone else. You hear lovely things as a patient, actually. And we want to hear really about what are perspectives, what are options here. And we will have a panel of 4 people, and it will be preceded by a keynote by a speech by Professor Dr. Bart van Wijmers from Belgium. Bart, can I ask you to come on stage? There you are. Goedemorgen. Hello. So Bart is a neurologist specializing in MS, working as medical director of the Noorderhart Rehabilitation and MS Center in Prague. That's Belgium as well. And you are also associate professor in Hasselt, very much on both the MS side, how do you say, like medical side and rehabilitation side. I will shut up, and I really look forward to having you create the floor for inspiring discussion that we will have afterwards. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome also from my side. I was asked to introduce the topic of aging in multiple sclerosis and related disorders. Just in a few minutes, so there's more time just to have a talk and debate with you on this topic. And what I wanted to do is just, highlight a few things that also Professor Havardova has already mentioned a lot, and it is the correlation between age and the terms like neurological brain reserve, comorbidities, that age also affects the evolving MS symptoms, that it changes over time, and that also age needs to be taken into account when you get MS treatments. Oh, this is not really projecting very well, but we'll make the best out of it. What about the brain reserve? And there has been told a lot about this, that we all lose some brain with age. Over time, we lose neurons in our brain. And actually, this dark blue basis here, over time, this is what we lose over time. And so you lose a little bit of reserve. But this here, this dotted blue line is the level of clinical threshold. That means then when a symptom is above that line, you can feel it. When it is below that line, actually the brain compensates for it. Yeah, you don't really feel it. That's why radiological isolated syndromes can happen. You get lesions, but you don't feel that. You compensate. We have a lot of reserve there. So in the beginning of the disease, you have relapses, and yet that you can feel, and they go better or they stay a bit. But in the second part, sometimes there's progression. And actually, a lot of loss is below that line. And when you see the brain reserve in the beginning of the disease, that's the space between normal aging, let's say, and the dotted blue lines, yeah? And then in the end, you see that the margin has diminished a lot, yeah? Just because age is there, you lose a lot of nerves, and also from time, over time, MS has also affected, eaten a lot of your brain, yeah? And in this way, the reserve becomes lower and lower. And sometimes, even though MS can be, let's say, stable or burned out at a later age, still people can say, I'm gradually getting worse, not only due to MS, but also due to the aging. And then you feel it because you don't have any compensation level anymore. So that's about a brain neurological reserve. And then, yeah, the impact of our brain health, which has just been introduced very nicely, has a big impact not only in the beginning of the disease to prevent it, but also in the end of the disease, because the more brain health you have, the more brain is there, the more healthy brain is there, the more you can compensate, the more brain reserve you still have. And so this is just a schedule of all kinds of factors that influence from diagnosis to late stages of the disease with a lot of symptoms. And in one part here, works about, it doesn't show very well, does talk about comorbidities. And comorbidities are other diseases on top of your MS. And you want to avoid that because, yeah, when you get older, you get some more diseases, but you don't want to have that. You have to avoid hypertension, diabetes, obesity, smoking, too much alcohol abuse, etc. All these things can affect your brain reserve, your brain health. So it's less informed, it's less flexible. And with loss of brain reserve and less flexibility, so the more comorbidities, the more the handicap can be pronounced. So this is also something to talk about. Another point which we probably will discuss is the evolution over time. So everybody knows that over time, this is the second part of the evolution here, yeah? And the first part is mostly the relapsing part. But we all know now that the difference in the brain between the relapsing part and the progressive part in the later stage, it's on top of each other, yeah? Also, in the beginning, there is slow progression, but you don't feel it. That's why it's called now smoldering disease, like a fire that is still smoldering over time. Lesions are growing very slowly. The inflammation is also in places on your brain which are not seen on the scanner. When you take it out and you look under a microscope, you also see inflammation there. And this is a basis for the slow loss of brain reserve. So here you see much more progressive disease, and so it's another story. It's not being afraid of new relapses, but it's in, yeah, how can I overcome getting slowly decline? And not every decline is the same. You have motor function, which is the most well known, let's say. But a lot of patients are only declining in cognitive way. Yeah, let's say 1 in 4. And 1 in 4 is doing both. They have more motor problems over time, but also cognitive problems and fatigue. Yeah, and 1 in 4 has a good evolution and stabilizes. It's still like it's burned out. So we must also look for cognitive decline and not only ask like how is your walking evolving or other tract signs. And the last part is about treatment. We all have these immune therapies that affect our immune system. They supprimate it or they modulate that. But over time, our immune system also changes. And the best example has been, for example, the COVID pandemic. We all knew that patients in higher age groups were more at risk of dying from COVID. And it is because the immune system is also not so flexible anymore. And this is a term called immunosenescence, is the natural aging of the immune system. And so a lot of things happen in the immune system that it is less flexible, less new T cells, less T and B cell repertoire, so less diversity, accumulation of memory cells and not freshly new ones, let's say. So it's less flexible, but also other biological processes of aging, changes in your DNA, changing in the repair capacity, stem cell exhausting, etc. This is a state of chronic low-grade inflammation, and that is called inflammaging. Yeah, and these things together, immunosense and inflammaging, sometimes there are very inspiring writers here in medical publications, so inflammaging and immunosenescence together, they affect the immune system. Yeah, it's getting weaker, so you get more prone to infections, maybe also more prone to neoplasms. But then on top of that, we can have treatments causing immunosuppression. Treatments that take away your B cells or T and B cells for a longer time. And so together, this also increases the risks of the treatment. And we want to avoid comorbidities like infections and neoplasms, of course. So it's a difficult balance. Should I keep my treatment? Should I stop treatment? Should I have de-escalation, for example, less high treatments, etc. So a lot of research is been going on that, on how to do that best. So this is just a small introduction on some topics that we can have with the panel.
Wonderful, heel erg bedankt. And very complex stuff, very nicely packaged. Thank you so much, Bart. So really, when you say like there is, the more brain reserve we have, the more brain we have, the more healthy brain we have, was wonderful. And to really think about these fourth of people that have MS issues, but sometimes the doctors or people never ask about because they're invisible and they are smoldering as well. Wonderful stuff about inflammaging as well, and we will now have a panel together with you and two more guests and myself. So we will welcome to the stage our only patient with NMO here, Leda Bresnov. Leda, where are you? Come, please. While Leda is coming to join us, Leda was born and raised in Brazil, where she developed a passion for community and wellness from a very young age on. And you moved in 1991 to Denmark, working as a laboratory technician, teaching Zumba classes and many more very active pieces. And then in 2018, you got diagnosed with NMO, which of course is a big one, and with 4 months of hospitalization and all of that. And you live with it and tweak it around somehow, really now being an active health advocate. 2 kids, 20 20 years married, you said, or something like that? What, was that you? No? Okay, no, that was not you. So sorry, I'm rewinding. But what I'm saying, like, very healthy advocate and discussing about aging. Thank you very much. While, so please have a seat and take a seat as well, dear Bart. Welcoming Sophocles, who is from Greece, very active in the GMSS association, who welcomed us last year for sailing in Greece, and that's where we first met. And Sophocles lives with MS himself and was deputy mayor and sells cars and is an architect, many things, but here you're really advocating so much for people with MS and help them get better in their lives. So, yeah, welcome to all three of you. Aging. I'll start with you, Leda. What are your questions to Bart? And also, could you, maybe we tweak it around, could you tell people first what NMO is and how you live it? And then I would like to ask you how you experience Bart's presentation.
Hello, everybody. Yes, my name is Leda, and I thought my first attack with NMO was in 2018.
Oh.
But when I look back, I see a lot of signs before that. So I think it makes me a little bit sad that we didn't have at that time the capacity to recognize the signs, because maybe I will be teaching Zumba today if we knew that time. So yeah, we need so much to have this capacity to recognize these symptoms, the signs from the diseases very early, so we can treat them and hopefully not ending with disabilities like me.
Yes.
So yes.
Can I just, so part A, and thank you very much for that one, brain reserve. I forgot Jan Stanek. So can Jan please join the panel as well? And then we want to ask you the second question. I'm really, really sorry. So Jan Stanek is, sorry for that, Jan, I'm mortified. Hello. Jan is from the Czech Republic, and you are in a home, St. Joseph's home, in charge of communications and fundraising, and you love that part very, very much of your business, in addition to the whole physical movement piece and helping people with quite severe MS get as well as they can be, and you will talk about that. Apologies again and welcome.
Perhaps she thinks I'm so young, I shouldn't be speaking about aging.
Okay, good. So there you go with the microphone, and now we can start again. Leda, thank you for sharing about your MS NMO testimonial, and that had we known earlier that you would be teaching Zumba still, absolutely. Quick reflection from you, and what is your reaction to Bart's presentation?
Bart's presentation makes me think about mental health. What can I do? I meditate, I do yoga, and but what is there anything else that I can do to for my mental health?
No, I think that's a very important thing that you already work on your mental health, because I think, like in every disease, let's say, it's not only multiple sclerosis or NMOSD. There are a lot of diseases where you only, I always tell my patients, you only have one immune system, and it reacts to all kinds of things, to infections, to environmental factors, but also to your stress levels, your own worries, and how you cope with that. And what you often see as a clinician is that persons with MS or NMOSD that have big stressors in their lives, they do more disease activity, or they're much harder for their disease to get it under control. And sometimes you don't even know why. And after a few years, finally, they tell you that they have a very big burden in their life which they cannot get out of or something, and it changed, for example. and then also the course of their disease changes. So I think it's very good to work on your mental health, and just as well as and your cognitive or your physical health. And I think these things go together. I mean, if you have mental stress, sometimes it's good to have some physical exercise because it can ventilate you, your thoughts, etc. So, and vice versa, some meditation can just bring you more at ease and look over problems, and also, yeah, cope better with your disease, because it's not easy to do that.
I have so many questions. I will get back to you in a minute. Jiri, tell us about your work and what you've learned about aging with MS and what exactly you are doing at St. Joseph's.
Well, we mostly work with people in late stage in multiple sclerosis, and we are the only facility in the Czech Republic. We specialize on a rehabilitation program, so we try to help them through rehabilitation stays. We have different types of them, and also because our capacity is completely insufficient, we can help about 400 people a year, and the population of these people in the Czech Republic is about, in the late stage, it's about 6,000 to 8,000 people in the Czech Republic. So we also developed the online counseling program that helps people in their homes. We can help them by phone, by video meeting, but we also, it's a new program. We can make mobile home treatment. We can go there, and we have various kind of program. We specialize, for example, aimed or sharing between patients. They can share their stories. They can help them. Good cases of good practices, and many others.
Wow. That sounds really important, and it's a reminder as well. We are looking so much into the future prevention, secondary prevention, and look very often at those who we want to stay as fit as they can. But some people really have been living for very long with MS, with very huge issues, and the work that you're doing is so important. We will, after our short panel, have questions from the audience, and I already can hear about not only what you do with people in the home, but with all those who cannot be taken care of in that home. One very quick question directly either to your colleagues or to Bart. Is there any reaction to the presentation or any question you have specifically?
Yeah, definitely, because you know, we don't have a research, but we hear the voice of the people. So I completely agree the thoughts that have been said by Bart and also by Eva Havardová, because we deal with that every day. And what we know is that when there is a desire, there can be done great things.
When there is a desire, great things can be done. That's a wonderful one. Thank you very much. Sophocles. Now, you work with many people living with MS in Greece. So what's your take on MS and aging? And you're, like we all are, a very young person at the same time, but you must also have your own thoughts about MS and aging. So please.
Hello, from Greece.
Yes.
Thank you for having me. It's such an honor, but I want to say that MS is a way of living. We mustn't stop living. We have to go on and continue doing things and new challenges. And as far as we are okay with our body, it's functional. We can do whatever we want, whatever our minds tells us to do. I'm doing that. I'm trying to make. I'm a multitasker, and I try to make a lot of things during my day. But this seems that it's working fine for me. But as years go by and as aging goes by, and I'm getting older, I feel like sometimes my brain is wants to do some things, but my body does not allow it. This is something very it makes me feel like a little bit sad and trying to figure out what should I do in order not to have this problem. But indeed, if we if we feel like we're not sick, we're not ill, we don't have something special, we are individuals with specialties. I cannot explain more than that. But each one of us knows himself, his body, his way of thinking, so he can act the way he wants. If you are free to do so, you have it all.
I love what you're saying, and I see you smile, Leda, because it goes also back to the mental centering that you mentioned, that we need to live with ourselves and be sometimes gentle with ourselves and re-anchor. And that frustration when we want to do a thing right, the brain is on strike, or when we want to do something and the body is on strike. Before I open up to the floor, if that is okay with you, I have one question to you, Bart. There seems to be a slight difference in aging between NMO and MS. Can you say one sentence on that? And then I would like from the public maybe to touch on menopause as well, if that is okay. But first Bart, and then I would really like the public to also get in.
Well, I think the biggest difference is in the pathophysiology of the disease, that in NMOSD you have these attacks, it's an antibody-mediated disease, and we don't see that progressive phase, but the active phase of having relapses, if you don't treat well, it maintains. So that's where in aging, we know that stopping a treatment might be very dangerous in NMOSD because you get new attacks. But you don't get this kind of progressive disease. While in MS, you have this smoldering disease, then attacks and new lesions, they kind of stop because everything is inside the brain and it's smoldering on over time. And this has effect on you as a person and slowly declining. So no more attacks. And there it's another part of pathophysiology that we are struggling to treat. There is some advances are being made and it's very good. But if you stop the highly inflammatory treatment there, you don't see, in a lot of cases, you won't see that big new relapses anymore. You just see smoldering, and we have to differently treat that. So that's a big difference.
And it's a very important nuance. Leda, quick reaction to Bart, and one sentence on menopause, because you were nodding, and then I would like our friends in the audience to ask you questions.
I just want to mention that NMO, we know that affects most women, and aging, for me as a woman, aging with NMO and going through menopause, it makes even more difficult because all the symptoms that I have from the menopause, it increases all the symptoms that I have from the NMO. And sometimes can be difficult to recognize what is what and when to react if it is a new attack or not. So, yeah.
Yes. No, thank you very much for sharing. And some of what you say resonates very much with me from the MS and menopause end. But let's go for your questions. We have been talking a lot, and thank you very much for those comments already on the reflections. So please, your questions directly to our four friends. Sophocles.
May I share a thought I have? What will be next after 65? We know that all therapies and all studies are tested for patients up to 65 years old.
Yeah, well, it is like that in studies that inclusion criteria mostly stop at 55 or 60 and hardly 65, let's say. But a big pile of data is on the real-world evidence, and we all use these treatments in higher age groups. And so there is a lot of experience, I think, with many neurologists treating a lot of patients above 65 with multiple sclerosis or NMOSD. So it's not that there's no experience. I think the most important thing is now to when new treatments are coming that mostly treat specifically progressive MS and are not that well in early on in relapsing MS in controlling the inflammation, but it's better in controlling the smoldering of the disease. It's about timing when to do what, and also with immunosenescence, for example, to make the balance between is this treatment still effective or is this higher in risk. So I think, yeah, there is more and more attention being made as people grow older towards that. So it's a hot topic, aging and MS. And a lot of knowledge is being made, not mostly from the phase 3 trials, but from the real world data, which involves a lot of aging people.
Thank you for that question.
At least we have the supplementary therapies, as we said, about the physical education and the mental.
We have Professor Eva having a point and maybe a question as well. Yes.
I just want to comment two things.
The microphone doesn't work yet. Put it closer to the mouth, maybe it's that? There you go, even closer.
We are on the same way with Bart, and registries are one of the things which can tell us what is the danger of the drugs. And now a new publication is coming on cladribine when the patient is over 50, and we will have nice data from MS base, and I think that this will bring a lot of piece of like more knowledge for neurologists that they can treat. And as to menopause, we had 2 years ago there was a big issue on a big internet program organized by Oxford that really menopausal women should be treated with HRT. So hormonal replacement therapy is decreasing not only the symptoms of MS but are improving multiple sclerosis, and they have much less risk than most neurologists or obstetricians, gynecologists think. So we have to go to it.
Very interesting one. Hormone replacement therapies, which the neurologists don't always talk about, no? So we have something for our next visits. Yes, is it okay? I would love you to interact even more. Is it okay that we ask our friends in the audience what they have for you as questions? Please, your questions. Yes, I think that's Tanya, no? Yes.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Tanya. I'm from Austria and Central America. And since we're talking about aging and prevention, it was mentioned in the first introduction that we need to start early. What does that mean for young people? We know that MS is being diagnosed at earlier ages right now. So do you have any words on young people? How are we communicating aging with MS to them? And how are we involving young people in research?
Well, I think it's a bit double. I mean, if you're now young and diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, I think it's crucial to immediately control the disease for 100% as much as you can, because we know in the first, let's say in the first 5 years, you make the biggest difference for the rest of your life in controlling the disease. There's a lot to do about progression independent of relapse activity even early in the disease, so that people are slowly worsening already. And this has to do with the smoldering disease already being present early on. But we know that not all of these patients are doing that. The ones that have very good control, and neurologists with years of experience, they all know that they have patients like that are following for 20 years or even longer and said, I have treated this one very early, very aggressively, let's say, and we had a very good control of the disease. That 20 years down the road, it's still okay. This is very crucial, but you hardly get that when you come in after 10 years of the disease. This is very hard to control because all these medications have not that much effect inside the brain yourself. So you have to keep it out. It doesn't need to build up in the brain. So that is very important to have that. And then, of course, it's about prevention, brain health. Do that. Your diet, your exercise, your mental health, etc. If you take care of that, this will also increase your help, of course. I often say to aged people, it's a bit similar to Jan here, where I work also in a facility where we have a lot of rehabilitation and patients in higher EDSS scores, 8, 9, etc. So 8 and 7.5, etc., where people also live in our, just close to our clinic, where they get support. And what I've learned over the 20 years I've been there is that one of the tricks to keep these patients stable at higher age and higher EDSS is to avoid comorbidities, to avoid swallowing problems with pneumonias for bad swallowing, is to avoid urinary sepsis, so bladder infections, etc. So to avoid wounds of sitting and lying, etc. If you treat these ones very well, these patients will remain very stable for a long time period. So if you translate that to early on, you have to take care of yourself, not only of your disease, but also of yourself, so to maintain a good health.
Super. We will have one question later, but Jiri, please tell us what you do for secondary prevention in your home, and also the one that you do remotely, which is very interesting.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to comment on. That apart from treatment, there are other very important aspects, such as lifestyle or nourishment. And what was not mentioned here is functioning and good working family. You know, I work with many patients, I meet many patients, and many of them that needs our help in St. Joseph's Home are from broken families. 9 from 10 people are from broken families because the system cannot help them cope with the disease. Not only the patients, but also the caregivers. I mean family caregivers. And on the other hand, when there is functioning family, usually the patient never gives up. He never gives up, and he can do, as I told, great things. He can cope with the disease better. I think it's very important to ask our governments to have programs to support the families.
Super important piece, because very often we are talking in a community of very informed people who know how secondary brain health is, etc., etc. But if we come from a broken environment in a healthcare system that doesn't support us, and without passionate people like you, well, we have an issue.
Of course, I'm sorry, I should mention our 25 years developing program, a rehabilitation program, which is based on multidisciplinary attitude, and of course have many have parts of physiotherapy, and also I think we are very innovative at assistive technologies. We have a program called CITAC, Center of Information Technologies and Alternative Communications. And I think, as I told you, when there is desire, you can use everything which modern age offers us, such as many technological gadgets and software that can help us, especially when aging, especially when progressive multiple sclerosis. These gadgets can help us to communicate, to live more self-sufficient life, to work again. For example, my friend of mine, he cannot move his limbs, hands, not hands, not legs, but he has part-time job. He works as a consultant, he works as a developer of assistive technologies for other people with same disease, and it's wonderful. Wow. I don't know many people that are so happy like him.
Wow. I don't know many people who are so happy as he is. That is a wonderful closing one. If there isn't any very burning question, and I know that we would love to interact even more, can we do that during the coffee break? Just like if there's one burning question, we take that still. If not, that will be for later. Thank you very much to the four of you, sorry again. And we have 4 gifts for you here. So let me go. Thank you. So, thank you, Emilia, who's always giving us the gifts. Thank you. So, Jiri, thank you very much.
Sophocles, Evkaristopoli. Hop. Yes, Bart. Thank you very much. So many insights and so nicely tying in also with our keynote. Wonderful. And Leda, muito obrigada. Thank you very much. And please continue with that mindset. I think that's also a lot of hope from others. Thank you. Now, one question here in the audience, is there anyone else living with NMO? So maybe there... No, you're the only one, so please be our ambassador for that. Transition to the coffee break. After the coffee break, we will be sure that nobody will be forgotten because Patricia Moganes, who's the EMSP program coordinator, will be taking over for one session. And we now do have, Elisabeth, tell me, until when do we have for coffee break? Excuse me? Until 11:30. And so you will have coffee break, and please breathe, brain health, but also go to the exhibition area, look for those orange logos, please, and contribute to the storytelling. It's your stories that make a difference. We've seen that in this wonderful panel. Thank you very much. Yes, I do. How nice. I forgot your name, though. Antonia. Oh, Antonia. So, I know the room is still filling. And at the same time, we want to make the most of our time together. So, while some of us are getting still installed, can the others give us a sign of how you're doing after the coffee break? Just a signal? I see that. Some smiles, some chuckles. That sounds about okay. We will have a panel with 3 very interesting people living with MS in a minute, and I won't introduce, it's you, Patricia, who will do and who will also moderate the panel. But before we go into that, I would like to say 2 things. One thing is a more operational piece, that is we have these orange stickers that you are looking for the game to win your ticket to Berlin. And my very winded translation or my explanation might not be so good for people to get as a translation. So what we did is, or what the team did, is to have a translation into Czech language for those who would participate in the game that is at the reception at the desk, okay? Please don't take the stickers, because we saw people taking the stickers and we love that enthusiasm. So please leave it there, and I don't know whether you take a photo in the context or just tell where it is. You will ask the reception desk, okay? Good, one more point. We had lovely presentations and a short yet intense discussion. And during coffee break, quite some of you came afterwards to talk about living with MS and making it meaningful and aging. And I would like just to take Aliki from the Federation in Greece as one of the examples of conversations. Aliki, you said we can stop work with our MS, but that doesn't mean we stop living. And living with MS sometimes can be an invitation to live an even more fulfilled life, contributing to the community and really learning, getting inspired, and maybe also inspired others. Is that roughly what you said? Okay, more or less. You will get the floor a little later if you wish to, unless you want now. That's good. Okay, perfect. Now, Patricia, where are you? Behind, wonderful. One last thing, for all those who will speak a little later, you can have what we call a Madonna microphone. So please queue there and get it. It can be switched off so that you have it a little longer. You don't need to have those portable ones. Whatever you prefer. Patricia, floor is yours.
Perfect, thank you. So hello everyone, hello from the break. For those who don't know me, my name is Patricia and I am EMSP's program coordinator. And we have quite a nice session now, but before the session, maybe a small reminder of this beautiful board that you see here. Already Bettina had explained a bit about social media, but we also have a hashtag, which is hashtag EMSP 2025. And if you would like to see your name up on this board, please talk about this conference, talk about the discussions, add your thoughts, ask some questions, because we really would like to stir a discussion about this conference, about prevention, about MS. So please feel free to be more active, and I want to see your name up there. Without further ado, we will start with the session, which is called really Inspiring Change. And we have 3 unique speakers, inspiring speakers, who will address prevention and innovation from different angles of their lives, really shedding light on their experience and the different learnings. I will probably ask everyone to step up. Mr. Jaroslav Wojnar, if you would like, please, to join us. I will introduce every single one, but I would like to see them just next to me. Luigi Azzaroni, and Natalie Diana Bussari. I think I saw you somewhere, there you are. If you would like to take a seat, Jana as well, if you would like to come, please. Because Jana will be helping us with the first session with Mr. Jaroslav, because Mr. Jaroslav will be talking in Czech, and we will have translations. There is another Jana that we would like to have with us if she would like to join us. We have 2 Janas, we're lucky like that. Absolutely. So one Jana will be supporting us and asking these questions with Mr. Jaroslav, and the other Jana, surrounded with Jana's angels, will be supporting us with translating. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jaroslav Vojnar, whose life story is a powerful example of resilience and reinvention. Originally trained as a bricklayer, Jaroslav worked in construction and agricultural maintenance until his MS diagnosis in 1986. Since then, he has embraced new skills, from basket weaving, photography to painting and digital work. He credits physical activity and his positive mindset for his ongoing well-being. As I said, the discussion will be led by Jana in Czech, and the other Jana will be supporting us in translating it back. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jaroslav Vojnar.
Jaroslave, přijel jste za náma z Beskyd a já jsem hrozně ráda, že vás zde můžeme přivítat. Vy jste velkou inspirací, lidé z České republiky vás znají jako velice aktivního člověka v Rostce a děláte spoustu zajímavých věcí. Vaše aktivita je úžasná. Máme tady pár fotek, které budeme promítat. Co nám o sobě řeknete, jak nás můžete povzbudit, inspirovat, jakým způsobem se zachováváte tak aktivní? Ne.
Raz, dva, jo. Takže děkuji za slovo. Já zdravím všechny hosty, zahraniční i naše. A velká čest pro mě byla tak, když jsem se dozvěděl, že můžu něco pro vás jako takhle dát, inspirovat k tomu, že když mám nějaký věk, že prostě to nejde. Jo? Takže co jsem celým časem dělal, začnu koncem. Jako takovým koncem, protože všichni mě znají jako těžce postiženého na vozíku, všechno možné. A jak je to možné, že teď chodím a tancuji. To je ten můj životní styl, jo, kdy bojoval jsem celým časem s těma nemocema a tělo poslechlo. Tady jsme vyslechli hodně paní docentku Havrdovou, tam bylo řečeno hodně věcí. A to je právě to cvičení, ale já jsem k tomu přidal otužování. Jo? Měl jsem zakázané jízdu na kole, ale jezdím, že? Jezdil jsem na vozíku a teď si vyjedu na kole na Lisou. Kdo ví, kde je Lisa hora. Jo? Stravování podle mě je plnohodnotné stravování. Jo? Zpočátku jsem dělal jako jogu, tak jsem jenom žil jako s takovým způsobem, jo, ale mi to moc nesedělo, tady ta strava. Já jím všechno, jo, ale s citem. Jo? Takže když už jí trničku, tak půlku. Že? Když už pivo, tak malé. Když už tam prlí, tak opravdu malo. Jo, pořád se ten čaj nedá pít. Jo, takže to jsou důležité na funkci mozku tekutiny. Lidi zapomínají prostě to základní věc tekutiny. Jo, můžete všechno možné dělat, když dehydratujete, jo, přestanu chodit. To jsou ty tekutiny. Je třeba se rychle, ne? Jo. Je třeba se naučit odpočívat. Jo? Říct si ne, odpočinek, spánek, důležitá věc. Jo? Tekutiny, odpočinek, spánek.
Děkuju, necháme to teď přeložit paní překladatelku.
Aha, já se tady snažím a jako tady gestikuluji všelijak rukama. Tak.
I'll first of all translate the introduction. Let me welcome Mr. Jaroslav Vojnar. Thank you very much for coming here from the Beskydy Mountain. We'll welcome you here because you're a great source of inspiration for all of us. People in the Czech Republic know you as a very active member of the Roska MS Union. We will actually see some pictures of you that will prove it. So what is it that you can tell us to inspire all of us? How do you remain so active? And the answer, well, thank you very much. I greet everyone here and abroad. It's a great honor for me to come here and to try to inspire you and how to show you how to age with the disease, which actually can be difficult, but let me tell you the following. Maybe I will start from the very end because people know me. At a certain point, I was in a wheelchair, and now you can see me walking and even dancing around. So how is that possible? Actually, I was fighting the disease all the time, and at the end, the body just understood the message. We had Dr. Havardova speaking about different things. She mentioned exercise. Exercise is indeed very important. What I also consider important is to be resilient. So before I took long walks, long rides in a wheelchair. Now I'm taking long rides on my bicycle. So physical resilience and physical exercise is very important. What is also important is the nutrition. I've been doing yoga for quite a long time, but the yoga style nutrition is not the thing for me. I very much like to eat everything, but I try to do so moderately. So when I'm eating a wurst, I'm not eating all of it, but only half. When I drink a beer, it's only a small beer. And when I drink a shot, it's really a tiny shot. But the liquids are important. The liquids are important. It's important to stay hydrated because when your body gets dehydrated, you even can stop walking. So that is important. And what is equally important is rest. So take care to rest enough and sleep enough.
Mně se moc líbilo, Jaroslave, jak jsi říkal, že vlastně teďkon je ti jako dost dobře, že ani nechceš, aby ti bylo 30. A my za sebou máme fotky tvoje, kde vidíme, jak neseš vlajku. Můžeš nám o tom něco říci?
Takže
co to vidíme?
To už je takový další pokrok toho mojího všeckého, co jsem začal dělat, když jsem mi ochrnuli při té RSC prostě ta pravá strana. Takže já jsem vstoupil do klubu RS, což velice jsem vděčný lékařům, to bez nich by to nešlo a i teď to nejde. No a postupně jsem ochrnoval, takže jsem cvičil, dělal jsem pomlásky, košíky, až tak, že jsem se dostal na světovou olympiádu, kde mě vyslala česká organizace jako reprezentant ve Francii, v Japonsku, v Koreji. Jo? Takže další prostě stimul, jo, k tomu životu, protože jsem znal jenom nemocnici a vlastně.
A ty tady pleteš košíky. Je to něco, co ti pomáhá třeba s motorikou?
No, jo, to prostě mě nebavilo pořád také jednoduché cvičení. Jo? A ta verba je svým způsobem léčivá. Verbovka je velice léčivá. Jo, a učím děcka plést pomlásky a učím starší lidi, mladé lidi, jak se vůbec pletou koše. Jo.
A kdeže jsi všude byl?
Jo, bohužel všude jsem měl 4. místo. Jo, takže jsem se snažil.
Tak děkuju, asi necháme zase přeložit.
So I liked really much what you said. I think you're enjoying life, and once you even said you don't really wish anymore to be 30 again because you're feeling fantastic now. That is great. And actually we see that on the pictures too. We saw you at one point carrying a flag. Could you tell us more? And the answer, yes, actually that was the next step on my journey because I got paralyzed on the right half of the body. And then I joined the Ruska Union, the Ruska Club, the RS Club, and I'm very thankful to the doctors for pointing me that way. So I started with a lot of activities, with rehabilitation. I started to weave the baskets. I started with sport, and I even got sent to the sporting games. I had the chance to visit France, Japan, and Korea, and to attend as a representative of the Czech Republic. And if we get back to the willow, I think it's great for your motoric skills. If we get back to weaving the baskets, I think it's great for your motoric skills. And also the willow, the type of wood, has some good qualities and it's very healthy to work with it. And I teach children but also adults how to make baskets. So where actually have you been to? I've attended the games at many places, but unfortunately I always got fourth.
A vlastně já bych se zeptala takhle poslední otázku, ale můžeš se určitě rozjet, která je, my tady máme jednu fotku, úplně na začátku, kde ty vypadáš trošku jinak.
Aha.
Jo, jako nebylo to asi vždycky takový, nebyl jsi vždycky tak fit a mě by zajímalo vlastně, jakým způsobem se vyrovnáváš vlastně s RS-kou, co se změnilo v tvém životě a jestli nám můžeš říct, co všechno pro sebe děláš, protože vím, že je toho hodně, co se týče sportovních aktivit, ty jsi lektorem v Rosce a podobně, tak co ty RS-ka, co změny, jak se vyrovnáváš, jak si zachováváš tu odolnost a jak to, že tě ta nemoc nezlomila?
Je to hodně. Hodinu bych mohl vykládat. Jo? Tam ten člověk, to jsem já. Vlevo. Jo? Takže...
Pod tím je pivo.
Jo? Neschopný pohybu. Jo? Diagnostikovaná RSka byla až po těžkém úrazu, když jsem spadl z lešení a dopadl jsem prostě na něco, když jsem si utrhnul celý spodek, tak vím, co je udržet moč, vím, co je udržet stolici, vím, ty cviky, těch je hodně. Jo? To jsem přijel z nemocnice a kamoši mě pozvali na akci, no, tak jsem byl šťastný. Strašně jsem vděčný naší unii Roská, kdy mě tam prostě poslali lékaři a tam se změnil celý můj život, protože byl jsem mezi svéma. Normální lidi tenkrát nevěděli, on má vypíto, on chodí, jak si uzas Vojnar chlastal. Jo? A tam jsme měli velké ty cvičitele, kteří už byli zkušení. Jo? Já jsem přišel, všichni cvičili a já jsem se maximálně tak prohnul, že? Jo, teďko prostě jako, jo, doktoři to neradi vidí, že? Takže ten postup, co jsme měli, jako u nás Roska Friedrich Místek, šel pomalu nahoru a potřebovali nového cvičitele. Tak si řekli, Jarda je taky šikovný, tak mě poslali do Brna na cvičitelský kurz a pak se to rozjelo úplně, že tím, když jsem cvičitel, tak bych měl být jako vzor. Abych jako mohl tím lidem něco říkat, když se nepohybuju, takže nakonec jsem jezdil po celé republice jako cvičitel, byl jsem i na Slovensku, jo, a celý můj prakticky těch 35-40 let cvičím. Tady jsem seděl na šulku a už jsem musel cvičit, bo mi začnou nohy ochrnovat. Jo? Takže jsem vděčný za to, co existuje, ty rekondiční pobyty. Jo, tam je prostě i zabava, není to jenom cvičení. Jo, tam se jde a večer se hraje kytara a zpívá se a vtipy. Jo? Takže to je ta jedna část.
To je super, tak to nechám přiložit teď.
Aha.
A druhou část si nech nakonec.
At one point we... Sorry. So we saw some pictures, and on some of those pictures you look very differently compared to today. It seems that you weren't always as fit as you are today. And so we see that you do a lot. So what is it that you do to cope with the disease? How do you keep yourself so resilient? Because we actually see that the disease didn't break you. And the answer, yes, actually, there's a lot I could tell you. I could keep speaking for an hour and even more. That what you see actually is a photo of myself. It was very shortly after the diagnosis, because I was diagnosed based on a very serious injury. I had a fall from a great height, so I was diagnosed after that. And at the photo, actually, you can even see the beer somewhere because when I went straight from the hospital, some of my friends invited me for a party and I was just so happy to be there. So yeah, that's me on the picture that you see there. But then the doctors sent me to the Roska Union and it was great. It was a great thing. I was very happy because I got together with people with the same problems because at that time, the public wasn't really aware of the disease. They just thought, okay, so Vornayer has been drinking again. That's why he's so dizzy. And it wasn't it. It was the disease. But people didn't know at that time. And this, for me, was a chance to talk to others with the same experience. And it was indeed very helpful. So I was part of Roska in our city, in Frýdek Místek, and actually after that they were looking for an instructor, exercise or training instructor. So they sent me to a course to Brno. And then they told me, well, actually, when you're an instructor, you have to be a model too, because you can't tell people to move better when you can't actually move. So I really worked a lot on myself. I taught in the Czech Republic. I even went to Slovakia teaching, and it's been 35 or 40 years until now. And even now, when I've been sitting here and listening to the conference, after a while, it was necessary for me to train a little bit to move my legs because they were getting numb. So I'm very thankful for these opportunities that we have, also for the opportunity of Rehabilitation Day. It's not only about exercise, but it's also about, there's a fun part too, so I'm grateful for that.
A úplně poslední myšlenka nakonec, ta druhá část, co si chtěla říct.
Prostě druhá část je, že když z těch nemocí přibyvalo, není to jenom roztroušená skleróza, ale těžká borelioza, která mi zasahla zase celkový nervový systém od mozku po míchu, po nevím co. Takže znovu bylo třeba se sebou dělat, bo znovu jsem ochrnul a znovu to bylo špatné. Velké zhoršení. Jo? A zase po jakým 3 roku a nějakým způsobem to moje tělo začalo znovu s tím pracovat. No a abych to zkrátil, 3. nemoc, která se mi stala přímo v Klimkovici, kdy před doktorem Chřipkem, kdo ho znal, a sestřičkou jsem se najednou vyvrátil s úsměvem, s tím, že jsem se ocitnul v Porubě na klinice a mám za sebou klinickou smrt. Jo? Nádherný stav. Nádherný stav, kdy jsem už byl kdesi a ne, půjdeš zpátky. Tady máš ještě co dělat. Jo? Vyšetřovali, zjišťovali, nenašli nic, prostě z ničeho nic, umírám. Zajně, žádný tlak, žádný tep. Ale žiju.
Co tě poučilo, co ses naučil a já mám za tebou tvoji knížku. Jenom stručně, protože už
stručně je to, že já jako nejsem spisovatel a jsem normální kluk a já jsem všechno to, co tady vykladám, je podrobně tady v té knížce. Bo tady a tady je i to jednoduché cvičení. Není to yoga, je to prostě zdravotní cvičení, kdy si vy můžete pocvičit v kuchyni, v koupelně, na židli, u televize, u počítače, na chvíčku na sebe vzpomenout. Je tam i relaxace. Jo? Knížka je z mojich úspor z těch košíků. Žádný sponzor, všechno sám.
Tak ti moc děkujeme. Perfektní, díky moc. A moc rádi se něco více dozvíme.
Jo, tam je tak. Jo?
And the second part of the thought of the things I was wanting to say, it's actually not only about the MS, because there are also comorbidities, other diseases that join the main diagnosis. In my case, it was Borrelia, so I had relapses again. One of them was really serious. I got paralyzed again, but my body somehow again started to fight those 2 diseases. But then a third illness, stroke, And it was in a rehabilitation center in Moravia, and actually I fell into a state of clinical death. One moment I was sitting and talking to the doctor and the nurse, and then the very next moment I was somewhere else in the state of clinical death. But something told me, well, you have to get back because you still have a job to do here. So again, I fought it. And if you ask why, actually, I think that we can show my book. I'm no writer, I'm just an ordinary guy, but I wrote this book. It's full of my experience, tips and tricks. You can also find different exercises in the book, and these are exercises you can do while working on your computer, while watching TV, while cooking your lunch in your kitchen. You can do them everywhere. And actually, I funded the book with my savings from the basket making, so I had no sponsors for that.
Poslední slova?
Poslední velice krásné slova. Nechtěl bych mět 30, nechtěl bych mět 40, ani 50. Začala 60 a nějakým způsobem to, co neže sám dělat bez lékařů a bez informací v televizi, prostě by to nešlo. Jo? Nedívám se na počítač, všechno to prostě sleduju, tak to tělo začalo nějakým způsobem pracovat. Nemám žádnou léčbu. To znamená ani cholesterol, ani vysoký tlak. RSK se lehce ztratila, borelioza se úplně ztratila. Už nemám ty stavy. Probudím se v noci, pocvičím a zas funguju. Takže 73 jenom, no.
So I already said that I wouldn't want to be 30 again. I wouldn't even want to be 40. I wouldn't want to be 50, because it was after turning 60 when actually my body got to work properly. And now I'm without any therapy. I have no medication against cholesterol, again, hypertension. Even the MS symptoms are less serious now. No signs of borreliosis. If I wake up at night, I do some little exercise and then fall asleep again. So everything is working great. I know I'm only 73 years old, so we'll see.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very inspiring. I think the session is called Inspiring Changes, and indeed it is the case. I would definitely want to maybe talk with Mr. Yaroslav more. He will keep me motivated. I'm definitely sure of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we will continue our inspirational discussions and have Luigi Azzaroni as part of this discussion. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Luigi, a passionate scientist living with MS and an active member of EMSP's Young People's Network. Luigi holds an international master's in neuroscience and a master's in regulatory affairs, and currently works at Chemicare, where he is involved in developing innovative pharmacological treatments for MS. Today, you will guide us through promising new directions in MS and tell us a bit more how you, as a young person living with MS, are navigating life. Please, everyone, join me in welcoming Luigi Azzaroni.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, thank you for inviting me and to give me this opportunity to tell you this story. This story starts 10 years ago in 2015. And after the first symptoms, leg numbness and diplopia, I was admitted to the hospital and I was diagnosed with MS. Easy, right? Fast? Well, this is not what actually happened. The first symptoms started in 2014, so a year before the diagnosis. I was 17 years old, and I had leg numbness. And at the time, my general doctor told me it is inflammation of the sciatic nerve. So he prescribed 2 weeks of anti-inflammatory drugs. What I did was to take my smartphone and to look up online for the symptoms. And the first result was multiple sclerosis. I was like, nah. I didn't even know what multiple sclerosis was. So I didn't believe at that. But after a couple of months, here we are again. Same symptoms, same way they started, from the pinky toes of both my feet. And I already knew how it was going to evolve. Again, it lasted 2 weeks, and then it disappeared. But after some months, here we are now in 2015, happened something strange. These tinglings were in my hands, and something strange was going on in my left eye. I had this blurry, split image, and it was waving, and I didn't even know what diplopia was. So I decided it was time to see a neurologist. So I went in Rome, in a good hospital, and after this first visit with the neurologist, this led me to the hospital admission. And that was the moment in which they kept me there for a week with several examinations, and I was basically diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And even that was the moment in which I decided to do something meaningful and to become a neuroscientist and to work with MS. So this is why, in a nutshell, prevention is fundamental in multiple sclerosis. What was for me 1 year between the first symptoms to diagnosis, for other people it can take much longer. And what was MS in my case with these symptoms very heavy, for other people these symptoms can be more subtle, so disease can progress further. So prevention in MS is a very strange word, right? Because at present you cannot prevent MS. So this is why prevention for me acquires a new meaning. Prevention for me is prompt diagnosis and right treatment. For the diagnosis, we have actually exciting news from last year, in which we have new McDonald criteria revision. What are McDonald criteria? McDonald criteria are used by clinicians in which they match together clinical outcomes and radiological images to make an accurate diagnosis of MS. But in addition, this is fundamental to discriminate MS from other diseases that may be similar to MS, and to differentiate the different types of MS, that this then leads to the right treatment for that person. So during the years we have revisions. This means that important pieces of information are added to this criteria to make an accurate diagnosis of MS. But aside from this, from research, we know that there are tools in development that are able to catch small signs of inflammation, small signs of what's going on in the brain very early. With, for example, non-invasive techniques like liquid biopsies. What happens in our brain is, especially in MS, we have this barrier, which is called blood-brain barrier. This barrier keeps cells that should not enter into the brain outside. What happens in MS is that lymphocytes extravasate from the vessels, get into the brain, and cause demyelination. So some cells, like astrocytes, for example, are key cells that are a part of this barrier, okay? So when this happens, astrocytes reshape themselves, they start to express biomarkers of inflammations, and these biomarkers can be sensed. Together with astrocytes, we have other important cells like microglia, okay? Microglia is known as to be the resilient immune system in the brain. And they start releasing microvesicles, extracellular vesicles, right? In these vesicles, there are important information about what's going on in the brain. And even these vesicles can be detected by these tools. So these tools, in the future, may allow us to have a complete scenario of for the diagnosis of MS, but can even detect MS before the symptoms occur. So early diagnosis. But I even said that an accurate treatment is fundamental for MS. For the treatments, we have new trends that rise from patients' need. One trend is treatments that aim to restore myelin. Okay, this is fundamental because you do not only aim to slow down the disease progression, but you want to recover back the patient. This is fundamental, especially for progressive forms of MS. And this can bring back the clock hands of the disease. And on the other side, another important trend is to have treatments that have a high efficacy safety balance profile. About this, I remember myself back in 2015. My first drug was a monoclonal antibody, which for the record is a monoclonal antibody with a high efficacy in reducing relapses. And after 2 years, I had to stop it because I was positive with JC virus. As you may know, JC virus is a virus that is normally present in the brain, and it gets reactivated when you are in treatment with some monoclonal antibodies. But what happens is that when a JC virus is activated, this can cause a serious side effect that is known as PML, which is progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy. This can be fatal. Okay, but there are all the protocols that let you know when it's time to stop, right? So it's okay, and that was my case. But the problem is that even switching therapy, it's a big deal for MS patient. It was for me. I had to stop it. I was right with that treatment, and I didn't even know what was going on in these 3 months of washout period. What's gonna happen? And even take a new drug, how I'm gonna feel with that drug? What are going to be the side effects? How is gonna MS progress with that drug? Luckily, after these 3 months of washout period, I started with a new drug, which is a sphingosine 1-phosphate receptor inhibitor. And luckily, everything went okay. But then, we are in 2020, when there was the COVID-19 pandemic. And since I was taking a drug that was modifying my immune system, okay, was kind of suppressing my immune system, I was afraid I could be more susceptible to COVID-19 serious course of infection. And I think most of you, maybe, especially the ones that were in treatment with some treatments that were depleting immune system, were afraid. Okay, so this is why we need more efficient and more safe drug. We have safe drug, actually, present, but most of the time they are endowed with a modest efficacy, right? So about the treatments in development, there are new approaches that are going to answer to this need. There are especially some drugs that are in development from different pharmaceutical companies like Bruton tyrosine kinase inhibitors. These drugs act mainly on B-cell activation and even on microglia. So they do not deplete your immune system, okay? On the other side, there are treatments that are called second-generation treatment. So they use the same target of the first-generation treatment, but they are more specific for that target. So therefore, you have less off-target effects and less side effects, okay? This is the case for DHODH inhibitors or for sphingosine 1-phosphate receptor inhibitors. And lastly, we have drugs that may come out from new targets. And these new targets can tell us more about how we can approach to MS, how we can have this high efficacy and good safety profile drug, and how there might be new options for progressive forms that nowadays relies mainly on one monoclonal antibody. So at the beginning of my speech, I said that at present you cannot prevent MS. And while this is true right now, we know from research that in the future there might be new vaccines. These vaccines against maybe Epstein-Barr virus, which is strictly connected as a causal of MS, okay? Especially from some high-risk variants of this virus. So for a small percentage of the world population that have that genetic background, that have that familiar with the MS, these vaccines can be useful to actually prevent MS. So in the future, both as a researcher and as a patient living with MS, my hope is to see new groundbreaking solutions that are actually able to cure MS and new tools and new vaccines that can prevent MS and they actually predict it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi, for an inspirational talk, but a hint of hope there. So that was quite nice, actually. And I have a few questions already for Mr. Yaroslav and a bit for you, but maybe now we can talk with our third speaker, who is all about empowerment. Natalie Diana Busari, please, everybody, welcome. Please join me in welcoming Natalie. She is the founder of the Nerve of My Multiple Sclerosis, as you will see on her shirt. It's a non-profit based in South London dedicated to supporting Black individuals, especially women and girls, living with MS and other neurological conditions. Diagnosed with MS herself in 2016, Natalie shifted from a career in web design to a full-time advocacy. Through her work, she raises awareness of the systemic challenges faced by marginalized communities and creates a beautiful space empowering connection and support and healing. Today, she will share how storytelling and advocacy can drive change and inspire a more inclusive future for all people with MS. Thank you, Natalie, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Cool. Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Natalie Busari, and I'm an MS advocate. Thank you so much for. I think on the sheet it said I was a young MSer, which is great. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I like it. I mean, because when you're filling in these forms online, you like the ones where you can just type it in, not the ones where you have to put the year you were born in. And I was going through, and it was taking some time, and I thought, oh, I'm almost there. Then I realized, oh, I have to get through the 90s, and I thought, oh my God, I'm not young. So thank you so much. I don't even know where to begin, because I mean, it can take. I think I need 3 or maybe a month to talk about my story, but just because of the time limit, I guess I said I will start with, I guess, when I started having pains in my eyes. And I think, when you're in front of the computer for such a long time and you feel at the top of your eyes, it feels a bit weird. So that started like that. And I don't know, in many African communities, we've got this thing that if anything bothers you, just take paracetamol. If it doesn't work, ibuprofen, just get back to work. It was one of those moments, and I just thought, actually, if I just take paracetamol, tomorrow will be fine. Then the next day, things didn't feel great, but I didn't know what it was, and everything was a bit blurry. So don't really wear makeup, but I do wear eyeliner. So when I was putting it on, I closed one eye, and I noticed that it was all dark. But I said, wait a minute, but my eye is open, I can feel it. So then I thought, yeah, this is not something that paracetamol can fix. I need to see a doctor. So I went to see a doctor, I think a general practitioner, and she looked in my eyes and everything, and she thought, okay, I'm going to send you to an eye clinic, which was in the hospital. So when I went, the doctor there looked at my eye, he examined it and everything, and he said at the time he knew that it could be a neurological thing, but he just wanted my eye to get better. So I was actually blind in one eye for 3 months until it got better. And I was a bit annoyed. Coming back to it, I was a bit annoyed, like, why didn't he just send me to neurology? But then I think about it, and I was pregnant with my second child at the time, and there were tests wanting to be done that I have to have, like, I think a cervical swab. And that would have endangered my unborn child. He would have been forced to be born. So sometimes I wonder, maybe the slow process wasn't too bad. So when he said to me, and I didn't know I was pregnant at this time, he said, I'm going to send you to neurology. I don't like what happened there. So I'll send you to neurology. And then I thought it was ridiculous, because I thought, but neurology, that's a bit too much. I mean, I can see now, so what's the problem? Neurology is for people who have like really serious brain injuries. I mean, that's ridiculous. But I went anyway. My older sister came with me and took my daughter with her. And it was a general neurologist. And actually before that, they gave me an MRI scan just to the head. And so when I went there, it was around that time I realized that, oh my goodness, I found out I was pregnant. So when I went to see the general neurologist, she told me, okay, I've seen your results. And to me, it kind of looks like you either have something called multiple sclerosis. And I just burst into tears. And she said, oh my goodness, so do you know what that is? I go, I have no idea what that is, but it did not sound great. So that's why I'm crying. So she goes, okay, but just calm down because you may not have multiple sclerosis. You could have something else, but we have to do a few more tests and stuff like that. So we'll wait till your child is born and then we'll do some more tests. So I just spent the rest of my pregnancy thinking it was the other thing she said. It can't be multiple sclerosis. She told me not to look online, but of course I looked online. And I thought, well, actually, yeah, no, she's joking. I mean, come on. Most of the people I saw online were, they look like the majority of you lot here, you're white people. There's no black people on there. I can't see anyone. So, yeah, what's she talking about? She doesn't even know what she's talking about. I guess nowadays, and I actually said to myself, nowadays they're just giving away neurology degrees. I don't know. So when I spent my whole pregnancy just enjoying the fact that I'm going to be a mother of two. So after giving birth to my son, I got an email saying that I need to come and have some more tests done. I was like, oh God, not. Okay, let me just go and have the test done. So I had a full body MRI scan. And then they told me I need to have something called a lumbar puncture. And I was like, whoa, a lumbar puncture doesn't sound good. What is that? And it's like, it's just a spinal tap. I was like, oh, okay, why didn't you just say that? That sounds a bit better. So when I did that, it was uncomfortable, but I got it done. And then I was called, I think it was 13th of November. I was called to come over. It was a cold day. And I remember I was there with my son and my daughter, and I was holding my son in my arms. And I thought I was in the wrong room because I was expecting to see the same neurologist, but now there was a different neurologist and then there was a nurse in there. And I kind of thought, okay, I must be in the wrong room, sorry. Is this the right place? And they told me, yeah, you're, Natalie Basari. So I came in with my children, and then the neurologist said to me, this is my colleague, Sophia, and she is an MS nurse. And I want you to, unfortunately, it's those words like, I just want to let you know that you have multiple sclerosis. So and I was just like, what? So I looked at the neurologist, she looked at the nurse looked at me, I looked at the nurse looked at the neurologist, she looked at me. It was just a weird moment. And I just thought, okay, so how do we get rid of it? Because you were saying something about inflammation. Well, don't worry, I've got inflammation cream. I actually carry it around with me. So I just need to put it on my head and my spine and it should go away, right? And she was just like, Natalie, there's no known cure for this thing yet. And I was holding my son and I was just like, well, I don't have time for MS because I'm a mother of two. Like, how can I cope with that? So from then on, it just kept spiraling around, and I had to I just kept thinking that they've made a mistake because there's nothing about MS that says black people have it. Africans, we don't talk about illnesses. So it could be in my family, I had no idea. So I looked online, again, I couldn't find anything. So I asked my neurologist, is there anything about how it affects black people? Because you've given me so many pamphlets to read, you've given me all this stuff, but I never see anything with black people in it. And she goes, well, unfortunately, there's not much research about how multiple sclerosis affects black people, but don't worry, there's so many, research going around, maybe eventually. So I was thinking that maybe I'm the only, I could have asked my neurologist at the time, but I thought maybe I'm the only black person in the whole world that has MS. I go, maybe this is a special thing, but to be honest, I would rather not have it. So I decided to just go online and just talk about it. And this was during lockdown. And I just decided to talk about it. I decided to, let me talk about what I'm going through with everybody else. And when I started talking about it, started telling my story, then all of a sudden, there's more black people comes on, social media saying, oh, I heard what you said. It's so inspiring, but it's so brave that you're talking about it. We don't talk about illnesses. And I said, yeah, I know, but, I've got nothing to be ashamed about. I mean, I didn't ask for it. None of us did. And one of the things that did pay me through this process was that a lot of my family members, moved away, did not come near me because I decided to speak out about it. And one of my aunties, one of my favorite aunties actually, she no longer speaks to me because she's very religious and she thought that I didn't trust God enough to get rid of MS. I should have just, trusted God to get rid of it instead of going to a neurologist. So I think it was like last year, I saw her, because she lives quite close by, I saw her across the street and I waved to her, wanted to embrace her, and she just crossed the road to the other side. And it's the same with a lot of my family members. Luckily, my mum, my dad, and my sister are very supportive. My mum found it difficult because my mum and my dad migrated to this country. My dad didn't really like it here in the UK, so he went back to Ghana, where they're from. And my mum stayed because she was already on a nursing, career. So she raised me and my sister on her own. And so my mum, I felt bad for her because she always protected me and my sister from stuff, like through racism and things like that. I didn't even really know much about racism because of my mum. And every time a teacher would tell us that, we have to go to the lower set of the group and stuff, my mum would march into the school like, no, my kids are intelligent. They're not going to be in the lower set, okay? So you better change that. So she was always good at protecting us, but this one time she couldn't protect me. And unfortunately, my sister was diagnosed with lupus a year before I was diagnosed with MS. So my mum, she was upset about it, and she goes, oh, for goodness sake, now I know my enemies have finally found me. They finally got me, and this is the reason they've made my children have these autoimmune diseases. And I was like, Mum, you seriously need to calm down, and you need to, get better friends, because enemies that can give your children autoimmune diseases is crazy. So one of the things I always say about awareness is that as human beings, if we don't know something, we have to fill it in with something just so that we can cope with life. So with my mum, it was more of the supernatural, and a lot of people in Africa, it's supernatural. So it kind of, it prevents us from really talking about what we need to talk about. So when I started explaining it to my mum, what it's all about and stuff like that, even while I was still trying to figure it out myself, she got excited, started telling her friends about it. Couldn't really pronounce it very well. So she was like, it's called multiple Natalie, what is that thing that you said that was eating your nerves again, that thing again? I was like, Mum, just call it MS. So now she tells her friends about it, now they're learning about it, and it just goes round. And one thing that I struggle with is when I'm advocating for others in the African community is the younger ones, they want to talk about it, but their parents are more like kind of quiet. So when I was doing my community events, I always make sure that, I say it's a family event, I get a bigger room, and I make sure that families are involved. And I can see now, the more that they know about it, they fill it in with what it actually is instead of the supernatural. So that's what I was doing a lot. So when I just recently, I went to Nigeria, I went to Ghana, and with Nigeria, we're able to speak to the health minister. He's never heard of multiple sclerosis before. So he gave us permission to raise awareness. We started doing that. Then we went to Ghana, started getting a team of people, raising awareness there. And just to think that these people never even heard of it before, are suffering from it, but it stays between the doctor and the patient, and it doesn't go round. And just to see videos of, the advocates walking around with the T-shirts, the Nerve of My MS, wearing the caps, wearing the T-shirts with some of the symptoms, and just seeing this never was a conversation before. It's not something that happened, and now it's something that everyone's talking about. And I feel when you tell your story, it just empowers other people to tell their story as well. They don't feel alone. They don't feel like they're the only black person in the world who has MS. MS does affect everybody, even though it's not said. It is said it is, but you don't see it that much. So I made sure that whenever I had an opportunity, just change, Google around a little bit, and just wherever I am, take a picture, go onto podcasts. So when you're typing in MS, you'll see my face, you'll see other people, like different cultures and stuff on there. So they won't feel alone as well. So it's all about, empowering people to tell their story. So it builds up a community. It holds researchers and doctors and everybody to account, because now everybody's talking about it and they want to see what's going on. There isn't that much research about how multiple sclerosis affects black people, but I can see that there's a movement moving now. People are calling for it, and the more that people are talking about it, the more that we'll all be in a place where we can say, okay, together we can fight MS. No one has to be alone. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you. I I see that we have a bit of time, so I have tons of questions, but I'm sure maybe somebody else also has questions. I will just start with a bit of mine, but maybe I'll give the mic to Jana so that you can do other Jana's support. But Mr. Yaroslav, I have maybe a small question. With your experience with the resilience and the motivation that you have, we have a lot of younger people, and if you would give one most important tip on how you maintain the resilience, how do you maintain the motivation, what would that be?
Jedna otázka pro vás. Jakým způsobem si uchováváte odolnost? Taková rada, tady máme hodně mladých lidí v publiku. Jakým způsobem si zachováváte odolnost?
To je na dlouhou řeč. Odolnost, jo? Odolnost je to vaše ta psychologie, kdy vy, když si řeknete, že to nepůjde, no tak ono to nepůjde. Jo? Když vy si řeknete, nepůjde to hned, ale časem se to zlepší a už ten motor mozek začne pracovat trošku jinak, vysílá jiné buňky, jiné signály a pohnu prstem a jsem šťastný, pohnu rukou, je třeba si najít koníček. Jo, já mám těch koníčků hodně, ale zase je třeba si umět odpočinout. Jo? Takže nerozčilovat se zbytečně, prostě je to hodně. Ale to jsou takové základní věci, kdy se ten člověk nemá zatěžovat tím, co nezvládne, jo? Co není schopen změnit.
We have the angel, Jana. Perfect. Please.
Thank you. It's your floor now.
Sorry. It's a topic that would take a long time to discuss, but resilience mainly is about your psychology, the way you think. So if you tell yourself that it won't work, it simply won't work. If you tell yourself that it won't work, straight ahead, but in time it might work, I think the brain already starts to work differently. It starts to send different signals to different cells, and you slowly start to move your finger, then you start to move your hand, and you're getting there. And what is also important is to find your hobbies, but the rest is equally important, so you have to strike your own balance.
Yep. Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to take one question, if anybody has a question for Mr. Yaroslav. Absolutely. I will come and give you my microphone much faster.
Sure, yeah.
My question is to Natalie. You say that the black community don't speak about their disease. What do you say when you suddenly you go with a cane, or people can see that you are going through something? What is the explanation? What do you say? What do you tell people?
Yeah. I've had actually, I think it was a black Jamaican man. He took my walking stick off me when I was walking one time. He said, "No, you're too young to have that. You know, don't wear it." I was like, "Yeah, but I need it. Can I?" You know, so it's strange to them that when you're so young that why have you got a walking stick? To be honest, I didn't really want the walking stick, and I remember running to my neurologist, telling her that they're trying to make me have a walking stick, and you said that I would never have to have one and stuff like that. So to them, it's just like some would rather not talk about it. They see it and they don't talk about it. Whereas the ones who are talking, they just think like, I'm going to say something like, "Oh, I just tripped over, had an accident, it's temporary." It's hard for them to think that I've got an illness. So I don't know why it's so difficult like that. It's only like I said, when I built a community of other black people who have it as well, it's much easier to talk to. They get it. And in terms of culture, they understand that as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Natalie. I have more questions to you, actually, but I want to jump to Luigi. Luigi, I have maybe a small, not so small question, because I hear some would say that as a young person, it's maybe not as good as to know early on that you have MS and that it may sometimes affect your youth, the things that you would have liked to do, and then it changes your course. You not only are doing this as a young person, but you're really diving so deep in it with a master's in neuroscience. What are your thoughts on this?
Are you hearing me? No? Okay. Well, for me it's a little bit strange because when I first knew about MS, I said, okay, whatever. I wasn't a big deal for me in the moment of diagnosis. And then my approach was not so much into dealing with it in terms of the way I feel, the association, whatever, but my mindset was, okay, I have to do something, okay? So I didn't thought about my future, how I'm gonna be, all these things, but straightforward to, I'm gonna do something. So I have this, this kind of approach that was strange, but then afterwards I said, okay, now, which is something that's happened recently, okay? Now I gotta deal with it in another level, so in a more personal, emotional level, okay? So in my personal case, in the very beginning when you are so young, that you may understand that, okay, it's something that it's serious, but you do not take, I didn't take it so seriously before, maybe focusing on what I had to do. Right now, I'm maybe giving it more importance to it. So to that affirmation, I don't know if that's totally true, that actually by having that kind of diagnosis at the very beginning may have that kind of effect on your life, on your future, or how you think, or your course. It really depends on everyone. Every one of us is different, so this was my personal experience. Another person can say, okay, for me it was the end of it, so it really depends. So this is just my personal perspective.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe also one question to you, Natalie. You mentioned something about family, and you mentioned about family support and the social exclusion that you had to go through. And with MS, I also get a lot of feedback that sometimes revealing or sharing your MS diagnosis with family members, but more a partner, could lead to more emotional, it could lead to both ways, as Luigi was saying, but sometimes it could lead to emotional isolation in that sense. And partners may leave. It's a topic that hits deep in a lot of young people or older people. And nobody wants to be alone going through this, facing the symptoms or the process by themselves. How did you deal with family, you know, like leaving you behind, crossing the street, not saying hello, this detachment in a way? How did you go through this? But also, what is your advice to people who are going through this as well?
I think at first, I mean, it's kind of painful because it's like any kind of relationship that breaks down. It's kind of like a kind of bereavement type thing. And like I said, that was an auntie who knew me even before I was born, kind of thing. And it was painful. But at the same time, there's something in our culture where we have to be ashamed of it. And I think I just had so many questions. And I always laugh about it because that particular auntie, I think she'll know now that I've been speaking a lot about it and going around and podcasts and stuff like that. And I think she would be laughing, thinking that's just typical Natalie. She just will not keep quiet. Because in our communities, like, you don't ask questions when you're a child. You don't ask questions. And I was always that type of person. Like, my mum would have to coach me before we leave the house. Don't speak. Don't say anything. Don't even give eye contact. Just don't speak. And I remember, like, especially when it comes to even illnesses and death in the family, I would have, like, uncles and aunties, and they just looked like they weren't well. But they would just say, oh, don't worry, it's just old age. And the next day, I've been told they've passed away. I was just speaking to them the other day, and even at my uncle's funeral, I was told not to talk about it. So I went up to my auntie and I said, "Why did Uncle die like that?" And my mum was like, "Oh God, I told her not to say anything." So everyone was kind of like, all the adults and stuff were like, "Shush, you shouldn't say something. You're not supposed to talk. Why do you have to do that?" So my auntie said, "It's okay. you know, it was just his time. And I didn't understand it. And I said, so when is it your time? I said, oh! And everyone just like freaked out. Mum quickly dragged me out. And it's just, I've always wanted to know the why to everything. And even like when I was in university, not university, at high school, I was learning sociology. And my sociology teacher would always tell me that in terms of qualitative and quantitative data, I was always qualitative because I always wanted to know the why to everything. So with me, I wasn't shamed because I knew that, you know, no one asked to have this illness, so why should I hide about it? And I felt the more I was talking about it, less people felt alone. It cost me family members, but I, you know, concentrated on the ones, you know, who were supporting me. And I just felt like maybe one day we'll have that conversation, because I do remember before I started speaking up about it, I asked my auntie, do you even know how to pronounce multiple sclerosis? If anything happens to me, because MS is unpredictable, and let's say I'm not conscious, would you be able to tell the paramedic my medication? She couldn't answer any of my questions because she doesn't want to speak about it. If I speak up about it, people know more. And I feel like it's literally in the Black community, it saves lives. Because it's just an example of a young, I think she was an influencer. She had a heart problem, and she knew that her grandma had it, but no one spoke about it. She didn't know it was in her because no one talked about it. So when she was giving birth to her child, she had complications, which is quite a known thing for Black women. When you're giving birth, they die a lot from, you know, childbirth, because we have complications that, you know, haven't been investigated or, you know, researched about. So unfortunately, she died, and then the child died. So when they were investigating what it is, they realized she had the same heart condition her grandma died from. So her dad got checked, and because of his daughter dying, he now is getting looked after and having his thing. But the thing is, if they spoke about it, she wouldn't have to be gone. And there's a lot of conditions in the Black community that we don't know about. Someone in my family could have MS or lupus, but my dad's side, they live in Africa. My mum's side, they live in Africa, and no one talks about it. So how do we know? So I feel like we have to break that cycle, break those barriers, and it literally does save lives. So that's why I will always encourage people. I don't want to force anybody to talk about it, because I was diagnosed in 2016. I didn't start talking about it in 2020. So when you feel like, you know, you're ready to talk about it, you want to share your story, I always encourage people to do it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So we need to break the cycle, talk more about it, more awareness. I just want to check if anybody would like to ask a specific question to our panelists. Yes, we do. We have a few moments. We'll make the best out of them. I know everybody is hungry, so we'll try to be quick.
Thank you. I have a question for Jaroslav. First, just a comment. So from your presentation, I understand that actually it goes opposite with what we heard before, that with age it goes worse. So it seems that for you, and you gave examples that with age it goes better. So probably at 60 we will all be new. And yeah, the question is that I like how you presented how you rediscover yourself, and by doing a lot of activities. The question is how we can transmit this to the others, and to be sure that there is something that everybody diagnosed with MS can understand, that by changing the lifestyle can solve most of our problems. Thank you.
No, děkuji za otázku. Další taková. Halsa, mluví to? Kdybych to všechno věděl, tak mám Nobelovu cenu. Jo, protože hodně lékařů se mě ptá, jak jsi to zvládal, jak jsi to všechno, jak jste to jako zvládal, akupunkturu a všechno možné. Jo, já říkám, nevím, prostě najednou to začalo fungovat, já jsem se zlek, když jsem byl na procházce, vždycky jenom pomalu, koordinace byla špatná a z ničeho nic, no nebylo to z ničeho nic, začalo to prostě fungovat. Já jsem se úplně to zlek, co se děje, jo, řekl jsem to naší vedoucí na rekondici, no. A když jsem šel na procházku, vždycky jsem hlasil, kde jdu, co dělám. Protože najednou jsem třeba spadnul a pak to přestalo. No, ale z ničeho nic to nebylo. Je to dlouhodobá práce se sebou samým. Kdyby viděl tenkrát ty věci, co vím teď, ale tenkrát bylo tenkrát. Jo, to s tím už neuděláme nic, co bylo, to bylo, co bude, to bude. Já žiji, já mám rád život, usmívám se a dávám tyhle informace, kdyby hodně lidí by mě chtělo doma. Manželka mě nepustí. Jo, ale chcou po mně prostě teď, jak mám tu knížku napsanou, do hloubky jako přednášky. Jo, a tam v té knížce je právě takové to hlubší gro. Jo, v té knížce, kde jsem dal hodně energie, protože to jsou emoční věci, kdy jsem si i pobrečel, jo, protože by se nemělo moc vzpomínat dozadu, ale když jsem chtěl dát to do té knížky, tak ty zpětná vazba, ty úrazy, které jsem měl v dětství, kdy jsem měl přijít o nohy a kdesi cosi, samé zlomeniny, bo jsem takovej hyperaktivní byl jako kluk, tak ono se vám to může ozvat ve staří. Bolí kolena, bolí kotníky. No tak bolí, no pocvičím a už jako zmírním tu bolest. Jo? Takže opravdu to je dost na dlouho. Jo? Tady ta otázka nádherná, ale opravdu Nobelovu cenu nedostanu. Budu rád, kdyby se to dalo, ta knížka přeložit i do angličtiny, jo? A vyslat to dalším lidem, kteří si to přečtou. To není jenom pro roztroušenou sklerózu, je to pro lidi, kteří mají jiné nemoci. Dneska potom všeckým, co se děje, ale já se na to nedívám. Jo? Nedívám se na televizi, protože když to vidím, tak na druhý den se mi daleko hůř chodí. No, takže co? To neřeším. No, takže děkuji za otázku.
There is another question, and the answer to it would take a long time if done properly. But to summarize, if I knew how to do this and how to give this knowledge to others, I would definitely want the Nobel Prize. And I really don't know how, and I think the doctors don't know either. And even the doctors ask me, how did you do that? And actually, it was a long-term commitment, that's true, but the change happened really suddenly. I was on a walk. I was walking very slowly because I was moving with great difficulties. And then at one point, out of the blue, I started to walk more quickly, and the body started to work. I was in shock. I was astonished myself. So I took longer and longer walks. I always had to tell the nurse where I was heading in case I had a fall, which I had, because it wasn't like it didn't change just from one day to another. So as I say, it was a long time commitment. And what else can I say? I love life. I love to laugh. I love to live. And I would like to pass this knowledge on, which I tried in the book. Since I published it, a lot of people want to have me at home, but my wife wouldn't let me. And the writing of the book was a very intense, emotional moment for me, because I try not to remember the bad things, which you're not supposed to do. But when I wanted to put it in the book, I relived all the injuries that I had even as a child, all the broken legs, because I was hyperactive at the time. So yes, it was a very emotional moment. Maybe this book could be translated, because I put a lot of energy to it, and I think it could be of use not only to MS patients, but to patients with different diseases as well. So yeah, it would take a long time to answer that question properly.
Thank you very much. Our time is up, but I see one small question. We will take that, but super quick answer, and then we'll go for a break for lunch. Bettina will kill us.
Hello, Luigi. Luigi,
A short question for a short answer that could take all the day. Many people look at the moment to AI with the hope of getting some answers to their questions. Do you think that data and AI would solve the problem of knowing how it happens and how we can prevent it?
Okay. This is a huge question. From my perspective, I have a pharmacological perspective, right? I think AI can do a lot in terms of management, a lot of in terms of data, and especially a lot in terms of clinical trials, okay? Especially in some case of certain drugs, okay, when you have to gain data from real-world evidence. In that case, I think AI can do a lot. And especially, this is my personal hope, it will contribute for a better discrimination together with what I mentioned before, McDonald criteria, radiological imaging, and all this stuff. I think AI will play a key role in that specific area, especially in diagnosing. And in diagnosing and in getting more data from the real-world evidence. Okay, so for people that are taking drugs, but in certain terms, communities or scientific agency are maybe uncertain for certain things like safety profile or their efficacy. I think AI will cover a very important role in that case. Yes.
Thank you, Luigi. We'll take a moment to thank Natalie, Luigi, Jana, and Mr. Jaroslav for this beautiful session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful panel. Thank you, Patricia, as well. I really am in awe about you, how you just take your diagnosed, digest it first, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go for it. And one day Auntie might talk to me again and thank me. So thank you for that. Luigi, who just says, I take my diagnosis and go into research. It might make a difference at bigger scale. We will hear about the AI again. And then Jaroslav, who goes from bricklaying to making baskets to really having fun. You're aging as well as the wine. Thank you very much. And Jana, the two Janas, so Jana's for the translation and for the Czech spirit in all of this. Thank you very much. And so, I'm tingling here. This is for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And your turn will be later. Sorry for that. Thank you. Okay, so now we do have lunch until 13:30 downstairs where we had breakfast. So that's easy. And please talk to each other. It's all about our stories and what we make out of them. Okay, thank you very much. Correct? Yes, 13:30 back here in the room. Have fun and enjoy the meal. everyone? So take a seat, because one thing that is for sure today is that we will finish at 5 o'clock sharp, which is good news and bad news, because we really wish to get some ground covered. And we hope you had a short yet delicious lunch break. People will come poco a poco. I can see Jan, good lunch break. Thank you. I also had a nice experience. One small thing, if we afterwards get into the heat of the Q&As, if you just ask a question or make a comment, if you could always remind us who you are and whom you represent, it's nice for us to have an idea of the jigsaw here. Now, I would like to reintroduce beautiful Patricia, who will, together with her colleague, talk about something that is not a space shuttle, but that sounds like it, and it's IMSS, and what that means and what that does. So, while Patricia and Tommaso come on the floor, on the stage, we will get seated. And off we go. So while we are waiting, I remind who Patricia is. So Patricia is, she said already she's the program coordinator. That can say many things, actually. And what she does is really leading research and leading patient engagement initiatives, which is a wonderful thing, because actually it aims at improving the life of people like myself and many of us. Patricia, Tommaso, floor is yours to unmystify or demystify this one. No, we start.
Najaviš?
Hello, everyone. Thank you and welcome back. I think we're still waiting for more people to join, but meanwhile, I will introduce Tommaso Manacorda. I have the pleasure to have worked for the past few years with Tommaso on the IMSS project. I am really happy to introduce you, Tommaso. It has been a long road, I would say. Tommaso is a researcher in health policy at the Italian MS Society, short for ISM. Tommaso has spent years advancing person-centered and integrated care models, including work at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and a long-standing collaboration with ISM. Today, he will be presenting findings on the impact of multiple sclerosis symptom survey, short for IMSS, that EMSP has been leading on with the different societies across Europe. And it actually reflects on how evidence-based insights can inform advocacy and lead to more responsive, equitable MS care across Europe. Please join me in welcoming Tommaso and thanking Tommaso for all the efforts that he has been doing with the IMSS project and the EMSP.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you very much, everyone, for being so welcoming. Shall we go ahead? We're not waiting for anyone else. Yeah?
Yep, if we can have the slides, and then we can, of course... Oh, voila, they are right behind you, actually.
Okay, great. So as I was saying, thank you very much for having me. And I think Patricia said pretty much everything about myself, so I don't have to waste any more time explaining why I'm here. And I'm very happy to dig into the work we did. So since 2022-23, when did the project start? I think in the past 2 or 3 years, we've been working on this multiple sclerosis symptom survey that was led by the European Multiple Sclerosis platform. And it's been a long journey. And basically in 2020, the EMSP MS barometer showed that there was a lack of evidence about the symptoms in MS, which sounds a bit counterintuitive because symptoms are with people with MS on a daily basis, and yet we realized we knew quite little. So we knew about symptomatic treatment, access to DMTs, but symptomatic treatment and care was very different across Europe, and we didn't know much. And the more we looked into it, the more we realized that there was less evidence that we wanted there to be. And so we realized that we wanted to fill the gaps in knowledge on symptoms and the perspective of patients. And this led to launching this survey, which I think is really important also because it was launched by MS societies and was led by MS societies. So it was a survey, it's a solid piece of evidence that was made by patients and patient societies together. And these are all societies that participated. So it was a very large effort of a lot of people, of societies. So again, thank you to all of those who participated, all the people who made this possible. And there was a working group, so that was composed by people with MS and researchers and representatives of the MS societies that worked, put a lot of effort into this project. And eventually we collected data from 17,000 and something patients, which is not a small number. I'm telling you, it's quite a large number for a survey in which people have the chance to provide their point of view about their experience with the disease. And it was, I think, 22 countries who eventually participated. And we can see that the sample we eventually got in the survey is not, I mean, it's quite compatible with the known characteristics of MS. So it's mostly women, it's mostly in young adult age. Many people do work, which shows that people with MS have the chance to go ahead with their lives, at least many of them, not all of them, because there's people who is not working due to MS, and some of them are also members of MS societies, but that's more interesting at national level probably than at overall European level as a piece of information. And these people have a clinical situation that is briefly described here, quite variable in terms of disease duration. There was age of onset of symptoms is very consistent with existing literature. So everything tells us that this is a good sample of people with MS. If anything, might be slightly skewed towards people with lower level of disability because it's younger people who are more easily engaged in online surveys. It was an online survey, of course, I forgot to say that, but we engaged people through our websites and our social media channels, and people responded to an online survey, online questionnaire. Some of them have comorbidities. Sorry, I'm taking this away. And as you can see, it's mostly people with relapsing remitting MS, and some of them have comorbidities, not the majority of them. And so we basically asked, what are the symptoms that you've been experiencing in the past 3 months? And we finally have, I don't know if it's the first time that in the literature you always see symptoms listed as a list without an order. This is symptoms by order of prevalence. So the most prevalent symptom is fatigue. Then there's sensory problems, sleep disturbances, cognitive impairment, and so on. We asked a battery of 23 symptoms, if I am not wrong. And the first, and I think one of the most striking findings that we got is the average number of symptoms. And it's 13.7 symptoms per person in the last 3 months. That tells us already something very important. So how many symptoms people with MS live with on a daily basis? And then we also observed the number of symptoms based on the disease duration. So whether they were people newly diagnosed or with diagnosis that was standing from 10, 15, 20 years or more. And it's quite striking that the number of symptoms does not increase much. It does increase, but not very much, which tells us that people who are newly diagnosed already have 13.2 symptoms on average. Let's keep that for later, but it's a very important piece of information we got. What else? We investigated severity of symptoms, so how much each symptom was impacting on daily life of people. And again, we found out that fatigue is one of the most limiting symptoms. There's mobility impairment, of course, but cognitive impairment is also quite high, and also bladder control problems. There's a lot of symptoms who have a strong impact on people, on daily life of people with MS. And we see that almost all symptoms do have at least a moderate impact in the life of people. So they're not necessarily mild or transitory or symptoms that do not impact on quality of life. And then we saw that in most cases, symptoms are not being managed. It's just as simply as that. Of course, those who are less commonly managed, we see the yellow bar here is the percentage of those who have that symptom who reported that that symptom is being managed to any extent. They're doing anything to manage that symptom. And while we see that mobility impairment, muscle weakness, these ones just have relatively low percentage of people that don't get that symptom managed, we see it's very high for symptoms such as speech difficulties, trouble swallowing, hearing problems, sexual problems and dysfunction. This comes up quite strong later on as well. Vision problems, cognitive impairment again. And we're talking about more than half. More than half of people who experience these symptoms are not managing them, are not receiving any treatment for those symptoms. And when they receive any treatment, it's in most cases non-coordinated. So they see a specialist, and then they have to arrange their own appointment and examination with another specialist, and then they have to make their own appointment to, to get their physical therapy or cognitive therapy. Whatever therapy they receive, it's basically self-arranged, and there is no coordination of care. This is another very important point we got, especially if we consider, again, 13.7 symptoms. So 13.7 symptoms, and people have to manage those symptoms on their own. So there's not a system that's driving them through all the steps, timely steps that need to be made in order to manage symptoms properly. And 4.2 healthcare professionals, were involved on average, but again, 4.2 healthcare professionals against 13.7 symptoms. And 5.6 different care approaches, so medication, lifestyle changes, therapy or treatments. All these approaches were used, but the number of professionals and approaches is significantly lower than the actual number of symptoms. And it's not surprising that most people are not satisfied with how their symptoms are being treated. And the one symptom that ranks the highest in terms of feeling not adequately managed at all or not enough is sexual dysfunction. But then there's fatigue, there's cognitive impairment again, there's heat and cold sensitivity or intolerance. And we have all this list of these symptoms that are not adequately managed. And even when we go lower down in the list, we have mobility impairment, which is, I think not by chance, the most visible of these symptoms. And it's the one which is relatively better managed. Still, we've got 30% of people who tells us it's not well managed at all, or not enough well managed. And we feel that these results, the more we look into the results, the more we realize we have questions, and we would like to ask further questions. For example, what symptoms come earlier on in the disease, whether symptoms come clustered together, and what can we do to treat the symptoms at best? Are the current treatments effective? Which treatments are more effective for which symptoms? All of these questions are just popping up in our minds the more we think about these results. But so far, we just got the overall data and the background and so the prevalence overall. And this is going to be into a scientific publication which has been drafted and submitted to MSJ. Thanks, of course, to Patricia. Huge effort towards that, so thank you again for that. And I think this is a big building block for the movement of people with MS in general in Europe, because this is evidence produced by patients, and it's not irrelevant. I think it's a very important thing that patients are involved in producing evidence, because that gives them voice into what comes afterwards. And so these are the key results. People with MS with an overwhelming number of symptoms, and many of them are invisible, many of them are underreported and undertreated, because of course, why are symptoms like sexual dysfunction so rarely treated? there might be some element of stigma. We've seen this morning how strong stigma can still be in some communities, in some situations, and so we shouldn't be surprised that some patients just don't report their symptoms because of stigma, or just because their clinicians don't ask them about what symptoms they have. They don't investigate symptoms, and so symptoms remain underreported and undertreated. And also, we know that a large number of symptoms is already there, a diagnosis, which is another important big piece of information we weren't fully aware of, I think, before this study. That's how many symptoms newly diagnosed people have. And we know that some treatments exist. We would like to know better the extent to which they are actually effective, what is better, most effective for what symptom, and it's a huge amount of literature that needs to be built and written, but these are the key questions, we believe. But sticking to what the data told us so far, the question that Patricia and I have been faced with is the data telling us anything we didn't know already? Is it telling something really new? Because we, living in this movement, we know about stories of people with MS, we've heard, and we know what the reality is. So why is this survey so important? Why is this project so important? How can it help us for the next steps? And we ask you what you think about that. So now we're going straight into a more interactive part of the session, in which we ask you to join us, not to join us, but to take that QR code and to answer this question. How can this data be helpful for the movement of people with MS, for MS societies? How can they be used in the future? What's their inner value? I think you should be seeing. Okay, great. So these are the questions. Are the IMSS results important? And supposing they are, why you think they are? And how can these results benefit people with MS?
We see 18 participants, but you can still join Slido, so you can scan or add the code and give your say.
Okay, I see a big yes, which is reassuring, thank you. We haven't wasted all this time doing something that wasn't helpful. But awareness, improved care, educational materials, that's a very good point. And a lot of ideas that will go on while we keep on. Voice of patients, I love that. A more holistic approach to treating MS. There's a lot of very interesting points being made. And these are the thoughts we had. Of course, we've all heard the stories. We know how many different symptoms can happen, and we know that they can happen together, and they can be overwhelming for people. And the difference is that now we have evidence for that. It's not just people saying something, it's not so-called anecdotal evidence, it's just solid evidence based on a large survey, one of the largest, I think, that has been made on symptoms of MS. So it's a big piece of evidence. And it gives us the magnitude. It tells us fatigue is very high. It tells us that sexual dysfunction is quite high, even though we may not have thought of that in the first place. Which means that from data, actually from people, their stories, we build up data, and then we get priorities, which tells us what we need to do, what we need to focus our efforts on. And so it gives us a solid foundation towards evidence-based advocacy, which means we are more enabled than we were yesterday to ask the healthcare and health and social care systems to respond to these needs that are largely unmet. And so other elements that the survey tells us is that symptoms aren't secondary, because this is how MS leads to disability and affects quality of life. Treating symptoms is part of secondary and tertiary prevention. Maybe I'm going a bit long, I'm sorry. We started a bit later then. than predicted. And the treatments must be available when they are needed, within people's time, location, financial means, and context. That there's lots of work to be done, and evidence can help us, supporting our requests and our proposals to those who make decisions in the health and social care policy landscape. So what needs to be done? We need to raise awareness, for sure. It popped up there as well. We need to improve availability of rehabilitation, which is one of the main treatments for many symptoms, and yet is often not accessible or not available. We need to improve access to symptomatic drugs. We need to improve access to interdisciplinary care to manage symptoms. And we need to design a system that supports person where they are and not let them alone in juggling within 13 symptoms to manage on their own, trying to find help whenever they can, and rather having a more structured way to receive care. And this data enable us to go to decision makers and ask them, because we know this is the magnitude of the issue, these are the priorities that people with MS are telling us that need to be done. So this is just research. This is a tool for MS Society. It's a tool for MS Society's activities in the next few years, hopefully. And the ball now is in our court, because if it was just a scientific research, we would publish the paper and be happy with that. The work has just started. Now the ball is in our court to try and change the situation that we've just so described with the survey. I'm sorry, Patricia, I feel like I've eaten most of the time that you were supposed to use, but it's important, I think, that you step in and explain how can MS Society use this data and what are the tools that have been designed for that.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you, Tommaso. So with this, we come to the really main question. We are here today, EMSP and its members and the members of the members, and we want to understand how can we use IMSS. We did all the effort, we now have the evidence, and probably you will find this in the exhibition if you haven't been there as well. So there are country sheets, but there's also European sheets, and it's quite extensive, so please jump there and have that. But we would like a bit to understand what can we do together, and there's so much that we can do. There's a lot of awareness, as we discussed in the different sessions. We need to talk more about MS. We need to raise the gaps, the challenges, the actual experience of people with MS, and we need to raise it with different stakeholders, with all the stakeholders that are involved, and we need to do that with more advocacy. So what we have done with EMSP is that we have developed an advocacy toolkit that all the member organizations who were part of IMSS already have access to, and members of the members can actually have access to eventually the findings, because now they're out there. We are officially launching the publications of the IMSS survey, and we have developed, and you will see coming your way, a lot of social media posts, a campaign really highlighting the symptoms, highlighting the importance of really addressing the symptoms, the experience that you go through when discussing your symptoms or experiencing them. You need to be vocal more about those symptoms with your neurologist, with your community. It reminds me of Natalie, what she said, we need to be a lot more vocal. And you will be bombarded with a blog post, with newsletters, with press release. We need to be talking about this. We need to be making a buzz. So as I said, we have an IMSS fact sheet that is now published, and all the country sheets, of course, are also published. So all the 22 countries have their own findings, so that on a national level you understand where you are and what your experience is already embedded in there, and then you can share it back with your community. And then, as I said, we will be talking about all the findings step by step, from mental health, from work, from employment, from early diagnosis, from living with almost 14 symptoms at the same time. And hopefully, from a different angle, we don't want this data to die. So we want different partners to actually analyze this data from different angles because of different needs, because of different gaps. So indeed, as Tommaso said, we have one scientific publication that is now out explaining really everything that we've done so far. But we know that analysis can be done much more in depth from different angles. So we want to make this data available. So in case anybody is interested, you would like to partner together to really analyze things from different angles. And Tommaso came up with another idea today, so really it's endless opportunities. We just want to say that the IMSS data will not die with the end of this project. And then we thank you. We thank all the sponsors that have supported us. And we thank all the members who were really active, because this would have not reached actual people living with MS without the member organizations. So thank you very much. And we have a couple of minutes for a few questions to Tommaso and I. So please take the opportunity and jump to the exhibition to take your fact sheet. I see we have a question. I will give you my microphone, that's faster.
I'm proud to listen to you guys, and I think you have done a super job. We received the Portuguese data some months before. We will present the data by the end of the month. And I can announce to you that we will use the data for a very serious bid to the Ministry of Health of Portugal in order to be able to deliver what 2,700 people need. So it would be a pilot project in 2026, and we hope that we manage to get the project and go on. And please, I think it's important also to measure the data. So we will reach you in order to collect the data after the pilot project in order to see if there was some significant changes in the perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I'm thanking you because it's really great news. It just tells us that the work we've done is already providing some help to MS societies to do their own advocacy at national level, which is great news, I think.
Absolutely. And probably what I want to say is that eventually what we would like to do is, as you said, Alexander, bring all the member organizations who are actively using the findings to discuss what was impactful, what was not, what can we do to inspire each other. So we will do a bit more to discuss really the findings, but not only to let the findings on the, really put the findings on the shelf, to really talk about exactly what you just said. Any other questions? We do not have any questions, so back to you, Bettina, in this case. Thank you very much, Tommaso.
Thank you.
Emilia, via Patricia to
Thank
Tommaso.
You. Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Tommaso and Patricia, this has been wonderful. I still ask myself why men who are not so interested in filling in that survey, but to really get that evidence, to get the confirmation that fatigue is so big, to have it loud and clear to patients that there is data to lobby in healthcare systems that sometimes gets more and more strain on them, and also to doctors to ask the right questions. I have 20 years of MS. Never a doctor has asked, is your sexuality okay? No, if I don't touch, it won't be. So thank you very much, and I love those country fact sheets and look forward to see them flying. Patricia, you should also get a present, and it's with Emilia here. So thank you very much to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bettina.
Now, we said already people have 13% of symptoms and are largely alone with these symptoms. However, we also said already earlier today that actually people with MS, we with MS, are more likely to have comorbidities, meaning living with other diseases. So that means we are even more alone with our respective symptoms. So one example is I had breast cancer, I have MS. So very often the one doctor says, no, that's for your neurologist. And the neurologist, no, that's for the gynecologist. And then, of course, both said, well, anyway, we can't do anything. So there is a thing about that interaction, and comorbidity is a big thing. Now, we do have two speakers, one after the next. And I'd like to welcome both of them, if you wish to. But we start with a presentation of Stephanie Waszek, Dr. Stephanie Waszek. Stephanie, can you come? There you are. So, Stephanie is PhD qualified sports scientist and works for the German MS Society, so a colleague of Herbert's. And actually, she already during her master studies earned a license of the German Fitness Teachers Association and is a researcher at the same time. And so you're very much into really getting the lifestyle right in order to prevent or manage comorbidities. And I hear that your presentation will be rather active, but I look forward to hearing more.
Yeah, close the doors. No one's running away. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for having me here. So as you heard, I'm not a neurologist, I'm not a doctor that you can go to. I'm a sports scientist and I did my PhD in physical exercise and multiple sclerosis, and I guess that's why I'm here today. Yeah. Wait, do I need something to click the slides? That one? Yeah? Okay. Green. There.
Okay, can someone change the slides? Yes.
There's something happened. Okay, thank you. So I want to give you my quick agenda. It's about lifestyle factors. It's about common comorbidities, and I want to give you a definition. What are these lifestyle factors and what are those comorbidities we are talking about the whole day? And I want to give you the effects of lifestyle factors in preventing comorbidities and focus, of course, on the physical exercise in MS. And I see you haven't changed the slides. These are the old slides, but doesn't matter. I will give you a quick example in the MSPAT, our first MS-specific patient education program in a blended learning concept, and a few take-home messages. So, do we have the Slido? Do we have a Slido? If not, okay. Yeah? Oh, great. If you, it's still the same. It's the same Slider, or we need another QR code? Are you working? Okay. So I want to know who has already had at least one training session in May. So you've got 15 days. Oh, this is good. So we got a lot of people had at least one training session this month. This is good. So I want you to do another Slido with the question, who has already had at least one training session this week? Don't lie. Aha, something happens. Okay, not that many people. And the last question is, who has already worked out today? Who has already worked out today? Okay, as you can see, the Slido has worked perfect. We are taking the hand sign version. Who has already worked out today? Hands up. All right, you can relax now. All the other people, I'm inviting all the other people, and you, of course, as well, for a quick workout with me after our lunch break. And I welcome Mo, who is supporting me, because we will do our workout in a standing position, or if you like to, in a sitting position. And Mo is gonna show and demonstrate in a sitting position. Great. I invite all the people online, wherever you are, to join us. And who wants to stand up can stand up. Who wants to sit may sit, but just be aware that the persons around you can see something. Yes, it will be great. No slapping in faces is allowed, so please be careful with the person next to you, on the left and on your right. Okay. Great. So, we are doing a coordination exercise, like a sensomotoric exercise, and for that, in your and for that, in the standing and in the sitting position, I would like to do you a side to side, and if it's possible, we try to do it in one rhythm. So we go in side to side, side to side. Okay, the other side, side to side, side to side. Okay, and I will say to the left, to the right, to the this. Ah, this is perfect. Great. Okay, so the next thing is we are putting our arms to the side, both arms. I can't put both arms, but you can put both arms to the side. Great. And then we got 4 positions. Fold, elbows down, arms up, arms to the side. Great. Fold, elbow down, arms up. Great. To the side. Okay. Stop. We are not finished. Okay, that was step 1. When we're doing aerobic exercises, we always take in our heart rate. When we are doing resistance training, it's weightlifting, so we've got sets and repetitions. When we are doing coordination training and we want to go a step further, we always have to get more complex. So we need to high the level of complexity. Every one of you did it perfect, so we need to step up for the next level of complexity. Okay, again we do the side to side. Great. Again we do the arms to the side. Now the arms going backwards. Up and down and fold and side. Great. Up and down to fold to the side. More complex is going faster. Up, down, elbow, side. Up, down, elbow, side. Up, down, elbow, side. Oh, up, down, elbow, side. Okay, you did it perfect. I failed. So we're not finished yet. Okay, I want to show you what is more complexity. So now you start with your right arm. We go in forwards, and the left arm is always coming one step behind. I show you without the mic. Okay, arms to the side. Side to side. Forward means right. Okay. Now one step further. One step further. One step further. One step further. Yes, of course. I got you now. I got you now. And then you can go faster. Okay, thank you very much. You've done it perfect. Thank you very much, Mo. Thank you very much. Perfect. So everyone's awake now, and I want to start my talks. What are lifestyle factors? So the definition of lifestyle factors is a modifiable habit and behavior that can influence a person's health status. And we've got loads of lifestyle factors such as dietary habits and nutrition. We've got physical activity and exercise patterns. We've got sleep quality and duration. We've got tobacco use and smoking, alcohol consumption. We've got stress management practices and very much many more. What is a comorbidity? A comorbidity defines presence of 2 or more distinct medical conditions in the same person at the same time. It's chronic or long-term in nature, and diseases or disorders that exist alongside a primary disease or multiple health conditions that may interact with each other. So we've got more than one disease or disorder in one person at the same time means getting in hypertension and having a diabetes, having multiple sclerosis and a depression, and so on. And the interesting thing is that the comorbidities interact each others and the therapies interact each others. And this is necessary to know. What are common comorbidities in general? So this is hypertension, it's high blood pressure. It's type 2 diabetes, it's cardiovascular diseases, it's COPD, so the cardiovascular obstructive pulmonary disease. It's osteoarthritis, and these are just the top 5. So there are many more comorbidities. And when you see the definition and the occurs, you see often occurs hypertension with heart diseases and influenced by age and lifestyle factors. Type 2 diabetes often appears with obesity and cardiovascular disease lifestyle factors like diet and physical inactivity. Cardiovascular diseases often occurs with hypertension or diabetes. COPD often appears with cardiovascular diseases or the metabolic syndrome. And osteoarthritis often appears with obesity, cardiovascular disease, lifestyle factors like physical inactivity and obesity. So we see there is a big interaction and a relation between lifestyle factors and comorbidities. What are common comorbidities in people with MS? So comorbidities in people with MS compared to same-aged people without MS are they have more there's more cardiovascular diseases. They suffer from restless leg syndrome. They've got fatigue, as we heard, depression or depressive symptoms, anxiety, and osteoporosis. And we can see it in our data that there is a difference in between people with MS or without MS. So what do we know about the lifestyle factors and comorbidities in people with MS? I chose 3 fields: nutrition, smoking, and physical exercise. So when we're in the field of nutrition, we know, for example, that too much sugar may lead to diabetes disease, and diabetes disease means additional damage in nerves and intestine. We know that obesity means a higher risk for EDSS and for cognitive disabilities. So it's 1.4 higher with obesity. In 2023, there was a big examination of. That's why I changed the slides, because there were mistakes in the slides. They did an examination with over 3,000 individuals with MS, and they showed that there's a high association with faster disease progression, obesity, and a worse health-related quality of life, and a faster worsening of the cognitive impairments. And these were people between 30 and 45 years. So those were young people. What do we know about smoking? Smoking means, what we heard today, a higher risk for developing MS, and smoking is associated with increased blood-brain barrier disruption, lesion volumes, and brain atrophy in MS. Smoking, in the end, is a nerve poison. What do we know about physical inactivity? People with MS show significantly less dynamic physical activity compared to healthy individuals throughout the day. Untrained patients, MS patients, show higher levels of inflammatory markers compared to trained individuals. And I don't want to raise the moral finger. That's not my part. Because we all know that the reasons for being more inactive are certainly multifaceted. It can be the fatigue. it can be motor disabilities, it can be fear or uncertainty. A lot of people ask me, am I allowed to do physical exercise when I've got the diagnosis? Or they've got no power, or now the summer's is coming, so the heat can influence the immobility, and many, many more. So I'm totally aware of that there are the right reasons for not being physically active. I want to talk about a few evidence-based strategies, and the solution is as simple as it can be. Small changes can have huge effects. For example, nutrition. So there's no best diet for people with MS. There's no MS diet until now. But what we know is the best data we have is about the Mediterranean nutrition, the Mediterranean diet. And it's about to have small changes that can be in daily living that can help a lot to have a good influence in the individual health. For example, it's preparing meals at home as much as possible. It's a small change, but it can be a huge change for the health status. Incorporate colorful fresh fruits and vegetables daily. So these the colors are very important. Of course, when we're in the Mediterranean area, there's a lot of nice fruits and vegetables, and it's all colorful, and there are great herbs and spices. We know when we are looking about studies that there's the good thing is the secondary plant substances in all those colors, and they are very healthy and they help against inflammation, not only for people with MS but also for people without MS, of course. Choose lean proteins and healthy fats. If you eat grains, choose whole grains over refined grains, and consider adding herbs and spices to add flavor to meals, not only to add the flavor, but to get those secondary plant substances. And avoid or limit processed food and added sugars as much as possible. So, cheating is allowed in nutrition. Cheating is not allowed in smoking. So this is the only thing I got on that slide. It's just quit. There's nothing else. There's no more evidence than in quitting. So cheating is allowed in nutrition. Cheating is allowed in being physically active, of course. This is lifestyle as well. But when we got to the point of the smoking, it's just quit. A bit more information about the lifestyle factors in people with MS, considering the physical exercise. So what do you see here are the recommendations from the World Health Organization and the American College of Sports Medicine. And they summarize all the data all around the world and give the recommendation, and there are A levels of evidence that if you at least be physically active for 150 to 300 minutes per week, you will have the highest probability to get a positive effect on your health status without side effects. There's no drug that can implement something like that without side effects. And if you want to be more, not only physical active, but doing physical exercise, you need at least 75 minutes per week on physical exercise to get those positive effects. And this is the start. And when you start with 0, I know the start seems like not achievable. So every individual must set their own start. And then there can be additional health benefit with muscle training. Of course, there can additional with multi-component physical activity, with balance training, your coordination training you did already for today, so check. And you need the coordination training for every training, just for a warm-up, because it's the nerve-muscle interaction. And whatever we want to do, we need a nerve-muscle interaction. And when we're getting older, our coordination gets worse. So we need to have the coordination training in our exercises. And this leads me to the practical tips for physical exercise. Coordination training is part of every session. Train in intervals. We know now that interval training plays a key role in lower inflammation. And it's much better to work out in intervals because you've got small breaks, small rest periods. You don't have to do a workout 30 minutes without a break. You can do breaks every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, just as you're used to it or you need it. And tomorrow, spoiler, we will do the shortest interval training ever, the Tabata, for 4 minutes. I see you there. Pushing your limits is allowed. Exceeding your limits may lead to restrictions in daily life, at least the next day. So this is new. There were times they said just moderate training. No, you are allowed to push your limits. Not in every training session, but it is allowed to. Short breaks are the key. Take them individually and not only when nothing works anymore. Not running until nothing works anymore. Take your breaks. MS symptoms and overexertion, the signs can be similar. So the feeling on your skin, the dizziness, this can be an MS symptom because of the Utter phenomenon, which is scary. But when you've got a good cooling management, it's possible to work on. Exercise with specific training goals and exercise training therapy fun is essential. Only those who find additional personal motivation beyond health will stay active in the long run. And it is like taking a drug. You need a good dosage and you need to do it regularly and for your whole life. So the last take-home message, lifestyle factors have huge impact in comorbidities in MS and disease progression. Focus on empowerment and knowledge in people with MS. That's why we in the German MS Society develop patient education programs where we need to inform the people that they're allowed to do something and that they can do something. Start with small training sessions. Small changes may have huge effects, and changes in lifestyle and need knowledge, understanding, often social support, patience and time. And changes in lifestyle should not end up in stress, because we know stress is bad for the MS, for the blood-brain barrier. Thank you very much. Looking for your questions. And if you want to, it's not too late. We've got the mid of May, so it's not too late. You can still join the May 50K if you want to start your exercise challenge now.
Wow. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I loved all of it, this managing the traffic exercise, then that you said, like, no, you can push yourself, but give yourself a slack, except when it comes to smoking. Put a lot of herbs and spices on your food. It can do you a lot of good, and really see that lifestyle as a vital part of your well-being, and actually almost like a medication, so like a treatment. Wonderful, wonderful. We will keep it sporty, I hope, and this is for you and for all of us who haven't raised a finger for the workout today, including me. It's an incentive. Thank you very much. Now, no, you can leave. If we have time, we can afterwards take 2 questions together, but my thing is that we are accumulating mini delays and we will need to leave the room at 5 o'clock. So for all of us, we might need to just be mindful of that. Thank you very much, Stephanie. If it's okay, you sit, and if there is an urgent question, we get to you. Now, I did a little bit of doctor bashing earlier, and I want to apologize for that if anyone takes that badly, but I would like to say with comorbidities that my 2 doctors, the neurologist and the oncologist, they wrote to each other on a Sunday at 7 p.m. at night to find out what they could give to me, given that I had the John Cunningham virus. And really, there is so much dedication and so much complication to have the right treatments for people with complicated bodies. So thank you very much, Jelena. Professor Jelena Drulovic is full professor of neurology at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Belgrade, and you also are the head of the University Clinical Center. So really focusing, and as president of the MS task force of the Serbian Society, counseling the Prime Minister and the Health Ministry, loads of things, and above all, tips for us today and information on the doctors and their treatment decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to thank very much organizers, in first place Elizabeth, to inviting me and giving me the opportunity. I'm really delighted having the opportunity to talk today in front of you about how comorbidity complicate treatment options in persons with multiple sclerosis, and then furthermore, how comorbidities increase disease burden in persons with multiple sclerosis. It is very important to say in the beginning, and Stephanie helped me a lot, to say that fortunately, comorbidities are in fact preventable. They are common in multiple sclerosis, as you have heard, but they are preventable and they can be treated. It is very important because if we do not treat comorbidities, unfortunately, we have some worse outcomes in multiple sclerosis. Oops. Where should I press? Yes, I don't know where to press. Where should I press?
Help is coming.
Thank you.
I don't know how it works, so it's not me. So there you go. I think it's a green button. Have a look.
I did it, thank you. So, when speaking about the individual effect of comorbidities in multiple sclerosis, there are several which lead to that worse outcome, as I have already mentioned. In first place, it is diagnostic delay. On the On the other hand, So, first, the potential diagnostic delay because of the comorbidities which can be present from the beginning of multiple sclerosis. Then the comorbidities lead to higher disability progression in people with multiple sclerosis. It, of course, then leads to the decreased quality of life and, unfortunately, to the increased mortality. When we speak about the societal level, it also leads to higher hospitalization rate in persons with multiple sclerosis. And what is the focus of our today talk is it leads also to the treatment choice related to the choice of disease-modifying treatments. Spoken about the comorbidities, Stephanie has already told you, but I will just remind you once again that the most frequent comorbidities are in fact psychiatric comorbidities. As you can see, depression and anxiety, which are very frequent. Apart from that, also those cardiovascular comorbidities such as hypertension, ischemic heart disease, and also diabetes type 2. What is very important to mention is that those comorbidities are present across the lifestyle of persons with multiple sclerosis. And certain of them, such as depression and anxiety, as you can see here, are present at the same prevalence level throughout the disease course, also in younger persons, but also in aging people with multiple sclerosis. But when we speak about those vascular comorbidities, such as hypertension, hyperlipidemia, heart disease, their prevalence significantly increase in aging. And this is something that we should have in mind. It is obvious that we should think, all of us, both doctors and persons with the disease, about comorbidities, because if not, those comorbidities will develop and will significantly affect the potential disability progression. And I believe that we all agree that disability progression is something which is the most unpleasant adverse effect in persons with multiple sclerosis. As already mentioned, it has been already demonstrated that comorbidities correlate with the physical impairment, meaning that persons who have any comorbidity will have a higher level of physical disability in multiple sclerosis. The special focus is on cardiovascular comorbidities because, as we all know, they are rather frequent also in the general population, but even more frequent, as shown in certain studies, in multiple sclerosis. And the reason for that, as already mentioned, is the influence of those risk factors. But what these cardiovascular morbidities lead to in multiple sclerosis is accelerated disease and disability progression and generally higher economic and psychological burden in persons with multiple sclerosis. Finally, also, as I have already told, increased mortality rate. In one investigation that we have performed in our cohort, which is in line with some Canadian data also and some other studies already performed, has shown that people who have any cardiovascular comorbidity will have a shorter time to reach those unpleasant significant EDSS scores, such as EDSS 4, 6, and 7, which are related to the limited possibility to walk, limited walking capacity. That's why we of course do not want that, and therefore we are trying not to have those comorbidities, to try to prevent developing them on one hand, on the other hand, to try to treat them as good as possible. I would like just to mention additionally insulin resistance. We all know that insulin resistance is a situation when our cells do not respond well to insulin, which leads to placing glucose into our cells. If that does not happen, we will have more glucose in our blood. In that situation, we are developing the situation of insulin resistance, and that could lead to developing of diabetes type 2, as already mentioned, which is not good for anyone, especially not for persons with multiple sclerosis. Insulin resistance has been shown to be associated with physical disability, higher physical disability, cognitive impairment, and the more frequent development of secondary progressive MS. It has been demonstrated that insulin resistance occurs twofold more frequently in persons with multiple sclerosis than in those without. Having that in mind, it has been already demonstrated that insulin resistance is associated with progression disability. That's why we do not want to have it. We don't want to have glucose metabolism dysfunction, and in our cohort, we demonstrated that it exists 4 times more frequently than in persons who do not have multiple sclerosis. That's why we have to take care about glucose metabolism from the beginning of the disease, from the beginning of multiple sclerosis, in order to prevent the development both insulin resistance and diabetes mellitus type 2. Because type 2 diabetes is associated, as you can see, with higher levels of fatigue, with faster cognitive decline and disability progression, with a higher possibility to adopt sedentary lifestyle, which Stephanie showed us that is not good for multiple sclerosis in any case. Those people have obesity and also have a higher prevalence of depressive symptoms, which is something that we absolutely dislike in multiple sclerosis also, and it is unfortunately very frequent. Therefore, we should take care about not developing diabetes mellitus type 2, although it is not very frequent in the disease. But although it is not frequent, sorry. Now I'm doing it adequately, but it doesn't work for some reason. Oops, no. So in the previous slide, it was written that although diabetes mellitus type 2 is not frequent, having potential bad complications, we should take care about our glucose metabolism from the beginning of multiple sclerosis in order to try to prevent the development, both insulin resistance and diabetes mellitus type 2, which would, if they develop, help in the development of disability progression by their side. And finally, what is very important and what is crucial is what is the effect of comorbidities on the disease-modifying therapies in multiple sclerosis. We all agree that it is crucial to start treatment with adequate disease-modifying therapy, about which we take the decision with persons with multiple sclerosis, so it is a collaborative decision, and comorbidities can have a very significant impact. And as it has been demonstrated here, it is a bit directional way, in fact, because on one hand, the existence of comorbidity, at least one comorbidity, may lead to the delay or prevention of initiation of DMTs. And it has been demonstrated, as you can see, in several studies. In Canadian study, they have demonstrated that 3 comorbidities, in comparison to no comorbidities, lead to the significant delay in starting with DMTs. Furthermore, specific comorbidities present at diagnosis, such as anxiety or ischemic heart disease, are associated with a 20% lower risk of starting treatment with DMTs. And it was also demonstrated when the analysis only for injectable DMTs was analyzed. So definitely comorbidities do not have a good role when we speak about initiating DMTs. Additionally, the existence of comorbidities also leads to the lower adherence, and we all agree that low adherence leads to not adequate response to DMTs. Unfortunately, especially as you can see, our alcohol dependence is associated with twofold higher odds of poor adherence to DMTs, which is of course not good, and that's why we say that alcohol can be consumed during multiple sclerosis, but not in a high level. And only it was also shown when only the injectable DMTs were studied. Especially mental health disorders such as depression or the use of antidepressants was also associated with the 50% higher risk for early DMTs discontinuation, which is of course something that we do not want to see. We want to see the persistent treatment with DMTs. And furthermore, earlier DMT switch or escalation was also showed with the presence of any comorbidity in the studies that have been done. As I have already told, that there is a bidirectional influence. On the other hand, it is well known that certain DMTs also can lead to the development of comorbidities. For example, we all know that alemtuzumab very frequently leads to the development of autoimmune comorbidities. And I'm sure that whenever healthcare professionals are speaking with people with multiple sclerosis, and when we take decision about starting DMT and choosing the most adequate, we always talk about, on one hand, effectiveness of the drugs, but on the other hand, also about the safety. So this is, of course, very important when we take the decision about the treatment. We have already heard that mitoxantrone has been used in the beginning of this millennium, but it stopped because of serious side effects. It was, as we all know, leukemia and severe cardiotoxicity caused by mitoxantrone, because of which it was stopped being used, more or less, and now for sure. And of course, DMTs also can lead to the development of hepatotoxicity. And that is something that we should all know, and that when we take the decision, healthcare professionals and people with the disease, we have to educate people with the disorder about all those effects related to comorbidities in order to take the most appropriate decision related to the treatment. Furthermore, DMT can worsen and reactivate existing comorbidities, such as it has been demonstrated that ofatumumab may reactivate hepatitis B virus. And macular edema is something which is very well known for years because it can develop in persons who are treated with S1P modulators. And therefore, we have to take care about that, and especially in those who have as a comorbidity diabetes type 2. So that is another moment which is very important to have in mind when we choose our drug that will be used. And finally, there is a study which has demonstrated that fingolimod can improve depressive symptoms in persons with multiple sclerosis. Having all that in mind, it is quite obvious that both healthcare professionals and people with MS have to take this very serious in mind comorbidities when thinking about multiple sclerosis from the beginning of the disease, in order to try to treat those comorbidities as good as possible, and even better, in order to try to prevent their development, in order to have as good as possible course of multiple sclerosis. The point is that comorbidity management in multiple sclerosis is very important, and it absolutely needs to be integrated into MS care, and it could be facilitated by, of course, optimal models of care. That, in fact, means that we have to have a multidisciplinary treatment of multiple sclerosis in, if possible, specialized neuroimmunology units, in which we will have a holistic care of our patients, in whom, having in mind what I have told, we should have, apart from a neurologist, specialist in the field of neuroimmunology, we should have also a specialist nurse, but also psychologist, psychotherapist, and sports medicine specialist or physiotherapist. So for the beginning, but having in mind the potential other complications and comorbidities, it should be possible that we can have also colleagues dealing with other in other fields of specialization when we have a certain comorbidity. And that's what we have already told, that when we have a patient, we say it is not good to tell them, okay, now you should go and see endocrinologist or ophthalmologist. It would be the best that we organize it in a special center to be possible to make arrangements for our patients and for people with a disorder, to make it as easy for them as possible in order to have the best possible results in the treatment of our patients. Thank you very much for your attention.
Was a beautiful handful. Thank you very much, Jelena, to shed the light on how important the understanding of comorbidities is, how much they influence how well we will be and how bad our MS can get, and what not only doctors can do, but also those interdisciplinarities, of which in some countries we can only dream about. So thank you so much, and all the best to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, and an applause once more. And yes, you go. We have one very active, beautiful piece before the coffee break, and that is why I would invite you to ask any questions that you have to Professor Jenela and Dr. Stefani later during the coffee break. We have 20 minutes for a super poster pitch, and it's Patricia once again to moderate this.
Thank you very much, Bettina. We have an exciting 20 minutes where we will discuss, as you came through, you saw many posters coming in, and we would like to invite the posters' authors or colleagues of the authors to present. We will have a quick lineup. It will be like speed postering, and then we will start, and I will probably say the names now so that everybody would be ready. Antonia, probably will start with you. Then, yes, please. And if everybody that I will say their name would be somehow ready, because it will be like a speed dating, you will have 2 minutes to make the best out of your poster and to excite people, encourage them to visit your poster. So we will start with Antonia and then follow up with Joke. I know you know your names. Stephanie, we will go then to you. Luigi, we will follow up with you. Then we will go to Beatrice. I'm not sure if I can see you. Perfect. Then Amanda. And then Tommaso. we will finish with best.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Okay. I am Antonia I'm a clinical exercise physiologist, and my poster is mentioning and describe an innovative exercise training program that currently we are conducting at the Greek Multiple Sclerosis Society. Based on your previously replies, most of the people here do not participate regularly in exercise training programs. Unfortunately, this is the case in Greece. Most of the people with multiple sclerosis do not participate in structured exercise training programs, do not engage in exercise, even if these programs are provided to them free of charge. Barriers include low motivation, loss of interest, because they are not aware about the beneficial effects of exercise and all this. And in this light, we created an innovative, joyful exercise training program that includes dancing with Greek traditional dance. I am sure that you all know the Greek famous Sirtaki and Zorbas. In Greece, we have a plethora of different dances, and exercise with dancing includes cognitive training because you have to learn different steps, includes coordination training, and also it includes aerobic training. Now, in our do I have time? Okay. The sessions, it's a 2-hour session per week. And we evaluated functional ability, cognitive function, depression, and the level of fatigue. And now we are presenting the preliminary results because, as I mentioned, it is an ongoing program. And in the first 3 months, we observed that a level of fatigue, depression, and were reduced, and also we observed an improvement in the cognitive function, and of course, functional capacity was improved too. Something which is very remarkable, and I have to mention, is that the number of participants since we start has increased very much. We started with 12 people, and now in this program they participate 25 people, and this is something very good. And the message we want to give to you is that we should use cultural as a tool. It is an important tool, and it can enhance engagement in physical exercise training activity programs, and also help people with MS improve their quality of life. Thank you very much for your attention. I am on time.
Thank you very much, Antonia. With this, we go to you, Joke. Please come to the stage, and thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present my poster here today. It's a real honor to share my personal journey with you. My name is Joke Soetaert, and I coordinate the youth department at MS Liga Vlaanderen, a patient organization in Belgium. And I'm also an MS patient expert. Today, I would like to talk about prevention in MS, especially the influence of lifestyle on risk factors and comorbidities. While medication often plays a key role in managing MS, I believe we should also pay attention to the broader picture. Personally, I've struggled with obesity since childhood, which we know is a risk factor for developing MS and experiencing relapses, as mentioned this morning. Later, I also developed hypertension, which pushed me to take action. I adopted a structured approach combining strength and endurance training, high intensity interval training or HIIT, a healthier diet, and stress reduction techniques like heart coherence, meditation, and better sleep hygiene. With support from my neurologist and other medical specialists, I adjusted my treatment and monitored my progress closely. As a result, my blood pressure improved, my weight stabilized, and I felt stronger, both physically and mentally. Most importantly, I saw how vital interdisciplinary collaboration and quick referrals are in managing comorbidities efficiently. So, if there's one takeaway, it's this. Prevention in MS means empowering patients, providing holistic, coordinated care, and focusing on long-term well-being and not just treating symptoms. Thank you so much, and I would be happy to continue the conversation with you over the coming days here at the conference.
Thank you very much, Joke. With that, Stephanie, we would love to hear more of you on MS PAT, please. I love the name. It has PAT in it.
Thank you. Yeah, we did a patient education program called MS PAT for MS Patient Education Program. And we have the status that in Germany, the health insurances offer patient education programs just in a face-to-face meeting over 10 weeks with people at the same place. And as you can imagine, it's not possible to do on one place every to have all these people with MS around, that they can go for 10 weeks to the same place for 1.5 hours every week. It's just a big thing. So we thought about how would it be if we have a patient education program in a blended learning concept. So we've got live online sessions with experts in different fields: medical treatment, non-medical treatment, lifestyle factors, of course, physical exercise, nutrition, pathophysiology, and neuroanatomy, to keep patients informed about the actual facts, the myth, and to combine all these medical and non-medical treatments, that they are better prepared when they go into the patient-doctor conversation. And this takes 8 weeks with 8 modules, 8 live online sessions, and an e-learning for self-studies in between each session. So they've got a flexible possibility to learn more about every field the disease will interact with. And we see it's a project still continuing, and we see that the patients are much more informed about the disease, the pathophysiology, the treatment options, and of course they can connect each other and learn from each others. And we hope that we can go further with this project to change health insurance programs from analog programs to blended learning concepts, that the concept will be accessible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Luigi, I have the honor to ask you twice today to come to the podium, please. We would love to hear from you about your poster.
Thank you. So, hi again, everyone. In my poster, I basically faced all the aspects and the challenges regarding the management of multiple sclerosis and how to integrate in the daily life of a patient with MS unhealthy diet and exercise, which is very challenging, especially considering the modern lifestyle. So basically, it is divided. My poster is divided in 2 parts. One side, left side, especially focus on activities in exercise, especially what I didn't since last month, but I try to improve. It's like in swimming, so integrating swimming activities. And together with that, an healthy diet. So less comfy food, more food done at home, and together with that, I divided that in 3 parts, like the challenges. So what should be done? what I didn't in the past and what I'm doing right now, and all the improvements that I'm facing in my overall physical health. Together with that, I faced all the parts related to work-life balance and how this is integrated with engaging in social activities and with psychological sessions. All this gets into facing comorbidities. So I deal with the gastrointestinal reflux and with insomnia, and how all these aspects that I've talked right now can improve these comorbidities or can affect it in a negative way. Lastly, I faced two parts, especially that are related on early symptom recognition, so how to recognize the symptoms when they appear and how to discriminate them between real symptoms and other things that may not be symptoms of MS, and the key role of a supporting partner that gives you an external perspectives of what's going on with the disease. And so the key, so the bottom message of the poster is that basically self-awareness and taking care of ourselves is not a luxury. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi. With this, we go to you, Beatrice, if you would like to join us, please.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you to give me the opportunity to participate presenting the abstract of this poster, and congratulations from the European MS platform because it's a wonderful annual conference. Well, the title of my poster is Uncovering the Unseen Cause in Multiple Sclerosis. The poster try to develop the insights of international survey in which have participated 6 countries and with the engagement of some patient organizations. For example, had participated Multiple Sclerosis Association in America, Views and News in US, Association in France, HESAL AIDS Germany, Sclerosis Multiple España that I represented, and CEP Avenur in France, Netherlands, and MS Trust in UK. I'm the presenting author, but we would like to thank all the authors that had participated in this poster. And you know that in the daily life of people living with multiple sclerosis, from an external perspective, there is some symptoms that are visible for everybody, but there are some of them that are unseen, and the people recognize that are unseen causes in this poster. Some of them are financial, some of them are non-financial, like for example, anxiety, depression, lack of productivity, no? And normally these later unseen causes are not well represented in the scientific publication or maybe in economical publication. And then we have seen, even though there are differences between 6 countries, we observed there had been 6 important themes that are common in this publication. And they are very important to raise awareness and know these unseen causes, in order because they are very important and they have a very important impact in the quality of life. And that's all.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. You teased us into actually going to the poster and understanding those themes, so that's quite nice. Thank you. We have 3 more posters. Amanda will join us right now, then Tommaso, and I forgot about sleep disorders. I think David is here with us, so perfection. So Amanda, without further ado.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. My name is Amanda Montague. I'm with the Multiple Sclerosis Association of America. Would love to talk to you more too about our poster that we have here. And know everyone wants to go to break, so I'm going to try to keep it quick. The poster is around meaningful patient engagement in the Multiple Sclerosis Implementation Network. It's a really innovative initiative that MSIA is leading, and it's a collaboration between industry, patients with people living with MS, and patient advocacy organizations and academia. Implementation science is really cool, so I don't know who's familiar with it. I'm learning a lot about it myself, but what we're able to do is that people living with MS across the United States are giving over their medical data that we can use to better understand what should be just the right treatment for everyone with MS. What's the best practice in treating MS? And we're trying to get at disparities between care for folks. The implementation piece that's interesting is that we're not going to wait for all the data to come in to make changes or to make recommendations. We're going to be able to implement at the sites that we have across the country changes right away. So if we find out that Dr. Smith has much lower relapses than Dr. Jones, we can start teaching everyone in the network how to practice the way that Dr. Smith is practicing. So there's a lot of excitement, a lot of innovation going on, and we're looking for evidence-based interventions that we're going to use within the network to try to study and try to improve practice. So with that note, it will be a quick call to action to everyone. We would love for you to join us. We have advisory boards that we would love to have you be a part of and help us on this journey of making sure that the research we're doing is actually meaningful to the patient community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Tommaso, I have the honor again to ask you to join us to present the poster of your team as well.
Thank you very much. So you already know me, so I will just introduce the colleagues that actually produced the poster and we work with. So it was Piero Lamendola, Federica Terzuoli, and Irene Vaira from Italian MS Society. And the poster basically describes some of the work that we do locally at Italian MS Society, in particular about how we involve patients into the quality improvement of services. Essentially, all those conversations that we have within the local people in a specific area about how services should be improved, how things should be managed better, we managed somehow in some areas to bring that within the governance of the local health authority. So we made this project essentially to formalize this kind of conversation that we have, and essentially we collected some qualitative evidence about the people living in a specific area and then bringing that insight within the governance to improve quality. And so it came out that despite there was an integrated care pathway being implemented in the area where this project was being carried out, there was very little training to staff. So people that was supposed to deliver care wasn't really aware about how they should have done that. So we collected the data from the patients who just told, hey, this staff doesn't really know that we are supposed to follow a specific care pathway. And so we collected that evidence, and therefore we then organized some training events with staff where more than 150 staff participated. So, and we co-designed and co-provided that training to staff in that local area in Tuscany. And we were very happy about things are turning out in that area, because it's kind of a bridgehead of our way to participate and to involve people with MS within governance of services, because we believe that having people voices within the governance of services is probably the best way to make them fit with their actual needs. So thank you for looking at the poster afterwards.
Thank you very much, Tommaso. No worries. We would like to introduce David Ellenberger from the German MS Registry. You will be our last poster. So very welcome. Please tell us more about sleeping disorders.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the poster. So this is joint work with my colleagues from the German MS Register on sleep disorders. And so we have, in the German MS Register, we have above 4,000 patients documented with sleep disorders just within the last 3 years since we started documenting this. And this means that 1 in 4, so 25% of MS patients at least are suffering from sleep disorders, and almost half of those patients are untreated with sleep disorders. And we've seen that older people and females are more often affected with sleep disorders, and especially this is also seen in the general population, but in MS patients it's many more. And especially in females above the age of 50 years, there's a special increase in sleeping disorders we observed in our data. And we also looked at the factors that are associated with sleeping disorders. And of course, there's other symptoms that are strongly associated. Restless leg syndrome is very strongly associated with sleeping disorders. There's also pain, bladder and bowel dysfunctions, depression, fatigue, and balance disorders are very strongly associated. And we also looked at other factors, for example, socio-demographic factors that are associated, for example, living alone. And yes, I welcome everyone to come to the poster and to discuss on what other risk factors we should look at and what could be explanations for what patients are suffering most from sleep disorders. For example, if hormonal changes play a role. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I will give the floor to Bettina, but I thank all the poster presenters and authors and teams for their hard work. I will be heading to the poster section actually now. So back to you, Bettina.
Wow, loads of inspiration, and I know that we've inspired and tired at the same time. I don't eat into another break right now. We will have 20 minutes, which means we need to get ourselves organized for the panel on biomarkers afterwards to deliver everything we want in a slightly shorter, yet equally inspirational, intense time. Thank you very much. I love the Greek dancing and the sleep and everything, so now we go for coffee with Greek dancing, etc. in our minds. See you back at 15:40. Come on. Microphone, yes. So, welcome back for the last part of the day. I know that many of you are tired. If you have healthy shoulders, can you just roll your shoulders a bit to get your energy up again? Well, I don't do what Stephanie does normally, but maybe it gives you a bit of energy right now, and maybe a bit of traffic light, hop, hop, and then we are good. Good. So thank you very much for being on time, and we need to be out on time as well. So that's really great. You honored that commitment, because we are hearing now about something that is for many a buzzword. Oh, biomarker. What is that actually? And we have already had a glimpse of what it is with Luigi talking about it, and now our last presentation and panel will be on those famous biomarkers for us to understand what it is, what it can do, and what can we do around it and with it. I would like to start by a Slido. So we have 2 questions for you, and the first question is, how familiar are you with the concept of biomarkers? The first one is, I'm a pro. I can't tick anything, but I'm definitely not that one. The next one is, I know enough, I know a bit, or nada. What's that? Can you please fill in? So results are coming. Finger training. Great. And that's a beautiful one. So we are definitely between I know a bit and the what's that business. And I'm delighted to welcome our first speaker on biomarkers here, which is Ioannis Vardakas, who is a neurologist working at the University of Ulm. By the way, when you learn German, you always need to do that thing, in Ulm und Ulm herum. I don't know whether you can do it, actually, no? Great. So you have a special interest in the diagnosis and treatment of neuroinflammatory disorders, especially MS, but also NMO and other related disorders. And you're in that business of we don't know what. So please, 15 minutes to shed the light on what biomarkers really are. And then afterwards we have a panel and interaction. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice introduction and for the invitation to participate at this very insightful conference. So I would like to start, because the time is short. I would like to start with a question, and the question is, what are biomarkers? Biomarkers are characteristics of the disease that we can measure. We have many kinds of them. We can use them for diagnosis, for disease monitoring. We can use them for predicting, prognosing a condition. We can use them for assessing treatment response or treatment safety, or to making risk prognosis. Why do we need them in MS? First of all, we need an accurate diagnosis of MS, so we need them for diagnosing it. First of all, we lack in MS the one biomarker that we can identify to have an exact, accurate diagnosis. So we need to have a combination of different biomarkers, and we need to have a differentiation of MS with other related disorders, because we have different treatments that we should apply for our patient. Here, the last years, we had growing study evidence, and we had the introduction of new biomarkers, which were last year integrated in the new diagnostic criteria. These are, for example, these kappa-free light chains in the cerebrospinal fluid, in the spinal tap. We have specific MRI biomarkers, and we have the optical coherence tomography. The second reason why we need biomarkers is for disease monitoring. Especially in the early disease stages, only a part of MS or MS symptoms is clinically evident, can be examined by the neurologist. And in this part, we need biomarkers like imaging, MRI, for example, like fluid biomarkers, for example, neurofilament light chains, and also in the last years, digital sensors for monitoring our patients, identifying disease activity, and adapting our therapy of the MS patients. What are the targets? We know nowadays the earlier we diagnose correctly MS and the earlier we treat it sufficiently, so we have no relapses, no MRI activity, the better is the long-term outcome for our patient. This is from a clinician's view. From the patient's perspective, we have a highly individual, highly variable disease, so we need to individualize our treatment and to explain to our patient why we propose or what the pros and cons from each treatment strategy are. So first of all, we need biomarkers for optimizing treatment clinically and for assisting the patient to have the right decisions about his therapy with the clinician. So to go over to the first biomarker, to imaging, MRI is the most important biomarker in MS, even more important with the last diagnostic criteria. Why? Because nowadays, or with the new criteria, we cannot diagnose MS anymore without having MS typical MRI. And we have these specific biomarkers that we show also today morning. The first one, so here, is the central vein sign, which you can see here. It's a thin line, the coffee bean, and the small dot in the MS lesion we can visualize. Why is it, and why is it very specific for MS? Because in MS, these immune cells that create the MS lesion that we can see in MRI are exiting little veins. So by visualizing this coffee bean or this donut we saw today morning, we have a highly specific biomarker for MS that we cannot see so often in other disorders like NMOSD, like MOGAD, or vascular disease. And what's important also for the diagnosis, the more of these central vein signs they have, the more specific is it for MS. So if we have 6 or more, it's highly specific for MS, and with one relapse, it's enough to diagnosing MS. The second biomarker are these paramagnetic rim lesions. Here we see around the lesion this black rim, which is an ion deposition created from active immune cells. It's not only diagnostic, it's also prognostic because we have a higher amount of them in progressive disease courses. So these were patients which we would identify and also try to treat actively or more effectively from begin on. Here on the upper table you can see when we see the amount of lesions, we cannot differentiate between MS, between headaches, NMOSD, or even diabetes. So we can have a low amount in MS, a higher amount in diabetes. It doesn't help to differentiate. By looking for these paramagnetic rims, it's very specific, it's nearly almost, or we cannot find it in other diagnoses other than MS. Rarely it can be seen in patients with diabetes. So by seeing MS typical symptoms and having this sign, we have a very specific biomarker for diagnosing MS. Here I brought you a case from our clinics to show you how we can identify risk factors, a little bit also in line with results that Tommaso saw before. Here you can see a patient, young male, after his first relapse was an optic neuritis. He recovered well, and clinically we find only minor signs in examination. But when we looked under the surface, we saw a high lesion load directly after the first relapse at disease onset, and we saw many lesions in strategical sites. So he had many cortical lesions, like here, which are prognostic also for cognitive symptoms. We had many spinal lesions that also prognostic for bladder dysfunction or for motor symptoms. So we say that this is a patient at risk. When we looked even more under the surface, we saw a patient at disease onset with moderate depression and moderate fatigue in the patient-reported outcomes. We see at cognitive testing below average cognitive testing, and we saw that he had an impaired right hand function at testing of his motor functions of the hand. So even at the beginning, even after the first relapse, the MRI, the patient-reported outcomes, and the clinical testing could identify, combine the patient which was at risk. So we saw there, or we see in such cases, the indications for an early high-efficacy therapy to have a better long-term outcome for our patient. To go over to the next biomarker, this is optical coherence tomography. It is also a new part or a part of the new diagnostic criteria. What do we see here? We see the background of the eye. Here is the entrance of the optic nerve in the retina. And what we can do is we can do cross-sections and measure the nerve fibers. It's very interesting because we can quantify it very well. And here you see a case with an optic neuritis where we can see this swelling at optic neuritis, and then 6 months later we can see a thinning of this same layer, which is very special and diagnosing past optic neuritis. So for this patient we could say, okay, she fulfills diagnostic criteria because we can show at optical coherence tomography a lesion of the optic nerve. It's sometimes very useful when we have patients with no clear symptoms, only with eye pain. If we see this degeneration 6 months later, it's commonly seen 3 to 6 months, we can say that this is a patient with optic neuritis and can diagnose MS, for example, if we have not fulfilled the MRI criteria. It's also useful for monitoring because after 12 months we didn't see a change, so we can exclude that a new optic neuritis happened at this case. Because the time is short, I'm going over to the fluid biomarkers. The first one are the kappa-free light chains proposed in the new diagnostic criteria. As we heard, for years we used oligoclonal bands for diagnosing multiple sclerosis, for diagnosing this overstimulation of the immune system in MS patients. The problem was it's technically demanding to show them, it's rater dependent, and it's not always and everywhere available. So we tried to find a new biomarker to make it available also in settings with limited resources. Here, these free light chains are also or are normally a part of the antibodies, as you can see here. And when we have this overstimulation in MS, we have higher concentrations in the cerebrospinal fluid. The pro of this examination is we can have an automated measuring. So the machine is measuring them. You don't really need a rater to find them. And we can compare these free light chains in CSF and in serum and show this overproduction. And with our studies, we showed that they're interchangeable with oligoclonal bands. So in settings where they are not available, this can be used in future for diagnosing MS. The next one, and most important, I think, we have growing evidence of neurofilament light chains, and we think that they can change the monitoring of our MS patients. What are these neurofilaments? They are part of the skeleton of the nerve cell. When we have a damage in MS due to inflammation, we have a release of these neurofilaments, first of all in the cerebrospinal fluid, where we can measure them, and then a little part of them is going into the blood, where we can measure them repeatably with newer techniques the last years. In MS, we know they're high even years before the first attacks. compared to healthy controls, we know that they are higher in a relapse or when relapse risk is there, and when we have new MRI lesions. And we know also that when a treatment is not enough, they are also getting higher. So we can do also an assessment of our treatment. What is also important, it can be also early higher in patients without at risk for complications. So we can also assess the safety of our therapies by using it regularly. So I brought a second case from our clinics. We try to measure NFL every 3 months in our patients. Here we saw last winter a peak in this patient of the NFL concentrations in comparison to the older measurements. On the right side, you can see the MRI we then plan to do with him. And this is an AI evaluation we do. So we see here we could identify by measuring NFL a patient with ongoing inflammatory activity and propose an escalation of his immunotherapy. He was on a platform therapy. And so, prevent a new relapse, prevent worsening of his symptoms. But we have also challenges with it. First of all, when seeing the normal values in NFL, they are age dependent. So the older we are, the older are the normal values. And with higher BMI, the lower are the normal values. And the second more specific difficulty is we have different techniques to measure them, and they produce different absolute values. So as you see here, a mere absolute value of NFL cannot help us to say if it's high or not. We need a little bit of standardization, and that's a task that we must, or that is something we must, work on the next months, years to, integrate it in clinical routine. A short word on the next biomarker. I think Luigi spoke about GFAP and astrocytes. Astrocytes are part of the brain cells, but not nerve cells. They help nerve cells functioning. And here we know that in progressive MS we have an activation of these cells. We know that this marker, GFAP, is higher in progressive MS, and that it can predict progression, the need of a gate aid, and also the conversion to SPMS. Here is an example from a study we are conducting with other centers in Germany. So high GFAP in comparison to lower GFAP can identify the patients at risk for future progression. And with newer drugs coming like BTK inhibitors, we could for example, in future, select our patients for getting these therapies. Last one, and I'm coming to an end. I thought it is very interesting. That's work from Münster in Germany from the last year. They measured different proteins in one sample and different cell signatures from the same patients. And by this, they could identify very early 3 phenotypes from patients. So 3 different types of MS patients. Why is it important? Because the different types had different disease activity, different relapse risk, a different risk for MRI activity, and a different need of therapy. So by having this in future, we could identify the patient to treat more actively and to avoid disability worsening. So I'm coming to an end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Johannes, and I feel almost guilty because it's been so rich, and that's like, can you do it rather shortly, etc. A wonderful overview. One thing that I had forgotten before we came to your presentation is to ask the second question in the Slido. So I will do a manual Slido. Who of you knew that MRIs were biomarkers? Hands up. Okay. What about RIM? What about, you help me afterwards to have the list I have then.
Central veins.
We have optical neuritis. Who knew that this is biomarkers? A few. And then we get really like to medical Chinese, and thank you for trying to shed a light on who had ever heard of oligoclonal bands? Oh, wow. Wow. And neurofilamental light chain? Ah, okay, wow. And then we have the glial...
GFLP, yes.
Yes, GFLP? Oh, okay, so some of you are already real pros, but we can see also that it's an area in which, as patients, as people with MS, we don't know much, and which is full of stories and hope. So I would like to invite our two speakers who will join us for the panel. Please tell me if I forgot anyone. So we have Eric Monreal. So where's Eric? Here you are. So Eric has over 11 years of dedicated experience in healthcare, and you're a neurologist as well, specializing in really comprehensive care of people, very much also in clinical translational research with body fluid biomarkers for MS. So much of the business where we have just raised our hands. Welcome, Eric. And is it Montreal? Montreal. Okay, so where are you from? Spain, que bien. Bueno. And then we have Nele van Horsten, a German patient advocate, speaker, author, and podcaster. And you live with MS, and it was you who had MS for 20 years and had 2 children, were married. I mixed it up with Leda in the beginning. And with the diagnosis, you then said, like, I change the way I live and work, and you do your podcast speaking and author piece. Wonderful to have you here. Have a seat. I'll take my notes.
No button.
And I would like us just choose. Yes. Voila. Color in the middle. Now, is it okay that I start with you, Nele? When you heard the presentation, because you're a patient advocate, you're quite a bit in talking about MS, reading about MS, and trying to educate others. So how much of what you've just heard is familiar to you, and where you select, this is really hard to understand, we need to learn more?
Actually, I know everything of it because I'm studying.
Oh, the microphone! So we take this one. Sorry, I somehow was in the Madonna business. Okay, now we do again.
Is it better now?
Yes. Fantastic. Okay. Yes, actually, I knew all of them because I'm studying multiple sclerosis management with some neurologists. It's a German program, and there's another English program existing. And I think it's very important to get patients well informed, but in an easy to understand way. So that's why I'm doing this program, and I'm at the end of the master. Nice. And especially the GFAP is very interesting, I think, in combination with the NFL light chains, because it gives us the option to really pick out the persons who need the high efficacy treatment compared to the ones like me who can stay on platform and don't need to go for the high efficacy treatment. So actually, I'm really deep into that topic.
Wow. And now if you're on your podcast and you need to explain what biomarkers are, I once read like detectives of the body, so I like that analogy. So how would you explain what you just said to someone who really has no clue what biomarkers are?
It's a way to test and find out how your MS is. I mean, it's just, yeah, a very easy way to test. Can I understand 1 + 1 is 2?
Yeah.
Or is there a problem because I'm getting out with 3?
Yeah. You're getting out with 3. I absolutely love that. Is it okay that we pass to Eric here? So Eric, you've heard what Johannes says. In which of these areas are you active, and where are the nuances? What's your specialty, and what's your message to the team here?
We are
Get closer.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, we are using all of the biomarkers that Johannes told. I think that biomarkers give us very useful information because we know that every person is different, and by measuring with MRI body fluid biomarkers, which include oligoclonal bands, neurofilaments, we know how this person is at that moment, which can vary with the time. and we can give something that we are trying in medicine, that is to personalize more and to give the management and the treatment for that person that can be different from another. And biomarkers give us a very useful information to give the best therapy, which can be different from one to another based on the individual characteristics.
And thank you. And there's one question that I had asked Elizabeth when we prepared for this. It's like, when we have young patients and you can see in the biomarkers, not very good news, how do you deal with that?
Well, we have a lot of options of treatment. So with biomarkers, and I like, for example, neurofilament that Ioannis told us, they give us information about the degree of inflammation. That means that we can know if that person is having less or more inflammation, so that we can give a more effective or less treatment depending on the degree of inflammation. So we can start with the best treatment very early and not waiting for a first treatment to not be working on it until we see it too late.
Super, thank you. Whoever wishes to answer first here, what's the biggest hope on the horizon now with regards to biomarkers? So what's the detective work where you say, like, oh wow, this will change the ballgame? Nele, from your perspective, yes.
May I? I think one very great thing is that when a patient walks into the doctor's office and says, you know what, I feel there is some progression, I feel my MS is really worsening, and you maybe cannot detect it on MRI because there was no standardized MRI. But with the NfLs, with the GFAP, you can really find out that there is something happening and the patient gets the better treatment. You can do something. You can do something symptomatic, but you can do something also on the immunotherapy. And I know so many stories where people were talking to their doctors and they said, you know what, the MRI looks fine, I can't see it, so we stay as it is, and the MS is worsening. And I don't want to see that happening in the future again.
Oh, I love what you're saying, and I think many of us are mentally nodding that the doctors look at us and say, no, nothing has changed. And we say, like, well, okay, self-reported, but big. And I loved also how you, Eric, how you said, like, I can see in the lumbar spine what area, of course, is being affected. And I remember a neurologist that looked at my scan and said, like, you speak still all of those languages? Yes. So there's a lot you can see. What do you still find hard to see with the biomarkers?
I think there is not, or to start a little bit different, I think we need a combination of different biomarkers. There will be no one biomarker for explaining everything. So we need the imaging, we need the blood testing, but the cerebrospinal fluid, but we also need to combine them combine it with clinical information. The first is our examination and the testings we do, and the second is speaking with the patient.
Yes, I think that's the
it's complementary.
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely. Yeah.
So that's the difficulty, to implement this or integrate it in clinical routine, and to change our way of coping with MS.
Yes.
Because we are somehow, from the medical point of view, we change immunotherapy, but as we saw, for example, our patient or the patient I presented has his fatigue, has his depression, has his cognitive symptoms. We must focus also on the second part, for example. So we must use this to create the most holistic approach for our treatment, I think.
As you can see, I'm multitasking. It's good for my brain. Thank you. Eric, what would you like to add to what Ioannis just said?
Yeah, I think that the present and the future is combining, for that personalized medicine, we need to combine technology, and that means remote monitoring, because if you think our perspective from neurologists, we are seeing a patient maybe 30 minutes every 3 to 6 months, and that gives you only an idea of all the day and all the hours from all the weeks and the days of that patient, maybe it does not reflect the reality of that person. But with technology, we all have, for example, smartphones that are constantly monitoring what we are doing, how much we walk, how much we are tapping, how easy we are processing the information. They are taking too much information and integrating them with intelligence and with AI to give us a graph of that patient is stable, is improving, or is worsening very earlier, better than a clinical examination in the hospital. It would give us a lot of information about how this person is at that moment, and if there's not something is going well, to see it early. And the other is the combination of body fluid biomarkers, especially in blood, because it's much easier to take that, for example, the CSF, and they give us a lot of information about the immunological processes, how the immune system is working, and which is the best treatment at any time.
Thank you very much. Nele, my question to you is, when I heard all these concepts that Eric brought beautifully to life, I thought, how do you measure that now? Is that via MRT? Is that via the blood? So you explained a lot, but my brain tried to follow and partly did. How do you explain what it is in your podcasts, in your books? Do you work with analogies? Do you work with visual pictures? How do you bring to life what we are discussing?
I have a weekly podcast, so there are lots of options to explain things, and I try to go deeper into the topics and repeat. Of course, repetition is always good, and try to get people sometimes with a broader view on the topic, and sometimes really dive deeper into the different topics and bring analogies. Yes, so it's something out of your life. It's something you can understand. For example, I don't know, a good food is something that smells fine, that tastes good, that looks great, and perfectly done when you are surrounded by people you like. And that is the setting you need for the biomarkers. You need different ones. You need the MRI, you need the blood biomarkers, you need the patient-reported outcomes. For example, I have now a smartwatch. I didn't have one for a long time. And it helps me to understand that when I'm more active, not so much surprisingly, but when I'm very active, it helps me with my MS. I'm less fatigued, I have less issues, I'm better off in hot summers. And of course, you know that, but sometimes you need to really get the visualization and understand it, and that helps you to get motivated to do more, like I think Stephanie said earlier today. So you really need to exercise. But yeah, analogies from your normal life, metaphors.
I love that metaphor, and it reminds me also like the herbs and spices on top of the ingredients, actually. And same here, I always thought I would never wear a smartwatch, but it helps me not to get depressed about my destroyed sleep system and trying to find solutions there, indeed. Is it okay? I know you would have so much to say, but that we open up. Maybe I ask you first, what is your question to that audience? Whoever wants to ask a question to the audience.
Okay, so me. How is it for you? Are you, when you have the feeling that your MS is worsening, what do you do, and how much is your doctor responding to that? Is it really a shared decision making, or do you have to make your doctor believe that you have issues?
That's already a wonderful one. Who would like to answer? Allez, as we say in Belgium. I have many answers myself, but I know that many have. So what do you do with your symptoms, and how responsive are your doctors, do you feel, for your Sophocles? Thank you. Closer?
Now?
Yes.
Okay. My doctor always listens to me, And actually, he believes more than he listens. I mean, maybe he thinks that I'm not maximizing things, so maybe he tries to protect me and not give time in order to overcome the problem. That's my personal experience.
Thank you. Any second answer to Neil's question, which I like very much? No, then we can flip the other way around. Either you have a question to the audience or the audience to you. So whoever goes first, Django principle.
Yeah, I want to know, we are open to hear you. What do you expect us to focus on? Investigation, on something. What do you want us, because we are open to hear you, would you expect us to do in the present, in the future, to help you, to help us help you?
The microphone. So can someone with, I forgot your name, our Spanish, yes. Okay. So the microphone, please. Can you say your name and where you're from so that everyone can hear?
Okay, it works. My name is Milica, but since Milica is somewhat complicated, I go by Mili in these situations. Anyways, I'm from Bosnia, and what I wanted to ask is whether there is a chance that somewhere in the future there would be more therapies, DMTs actually, that would be adequate to be taken during pregnancy.
Wow.
Because that's, for me, that's a burning question.
Thank you very much, and sorry for thinking you were Spanish actually. So who would like to take this one?
I think that's a very appropriate question. As you can imagine, we cannot say, well, let's take a group of pregnant women and let's give us a drug to see if it saves or not, because it's unimaginable like that. So what we have the evidence is, and no treatment is indicated for pregnancy, but if sufficient people expose us accidentally because they do not know that they are pregnant or not, or they decide to take that treatment despite our recommendations not to take, and we have sufficient evidence and we see that that treatment is safe, then we change the label and we can say that that treatment is safe for pregnancy. But we cannot test in pregnant women. So that's why more oldest treatments are now available, and we have evidence that they are safe for pregnancy, and some of them can be continued during pregnancy, and that's something that we have, because pregnancy was a period in which patients were not treated, and that was a risk of relapse and worsening. But we have now several treatments available, from those that were less effective, and now we have even the highest treatments effective that we can still continue during pregnancy.
That answers your question, I think, no?
Actually, it does.
Yeah.
So as long as there are no patients that are willing to risk their baby, the science can't go further, and I'm fine with this info.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now,
if I could add a word about this. We are handling it a little bit individually, because family planning is very important also for our women. We make a risk stratification. As we know, if a female patient which wants to become pregnant has a high efficacy therapy, she's at risk for a relapse during the pregnancy, and also if she has a relapse in the last year or MRI activity. So these patients we counsel to continue on therapies, and we use monoclonal antibodies because we have growing evidence the last years about it. The first is with CD20 therapies, we have longer intervals which the female patients are treated, so we can suppress inflammation also in pregnancy. And also with natalizumab, there is growing evidence for also treating in pregnancy. So in some special conditions, we are continuing it also in pregnancy. So it's very individual.
Wow.
Handled.
Yes. But overall, it's a beautiful direction. Can you remind people what monoclonal antibodies are?
Yes, it's like therapies like ocrelizumab or like ofatumumab or like natalizumab.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Do you have a question to this audience? There is one. So we flip around. Sophocles.
It would be helpful for people living with MS if you give us some guidelines, let's say, an easy way in order to know how often do we have to make and what kind of exams, and general directions for monitoring our progress, something like a table of contents, something very easy and specified to help us.
To assess progression, which tests do we need to do to assess progression? Well, it depends. On clinical, we are first hearing the patient. Second, we are trying the clinical examination which give us the scale, the EDSS, is not quite sensitive, but we are trying additional tests, for example, walking 7 meters, or doing with the holes, but also, as Nila said, the patient-related outcomes, which are questionnaires that the patient can feel. I feel more fatigue. I feel my mood is better or not. But I think that this in the future will switch to passive monitoring with wearables or smartphones, which gives us a lot of information and gives us how much am I walking every day, which is much more assessment than only one assessment every 3 to 6 months, which maybe that day you are super nice and it does not reflect what you are doing in your life every day. And I think that will be a very useful information.
So, yes, a question here and there. So we go first to the lady with the red shirt. No, the microphone is still... You have a question as well? Is it okay? Then we stay with the microphone, then we go to you? Okay, super.
Okay. Hello to everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask a question to you, neurologists, and all neurologists. I think there are still like taboo zones for neurologists. I have been diagnosed more than 30 years ago. I was 30. I'm 63, and when I had bladder problems, I dared talk about it to my neurologist. But later, when I had bowel problems, I didn't dare, and my neurologist never bowel problems. I didn't dare, and my neurologist never asked me about it. And same about sexual problems like libido. And this would be, I think, great if neurologists could, in some way, address us women and probably also men with these kinds of problems. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will have Johannes first, and I'd like to see also Nils' perspective on it, because in the podcast, of course. But let's go to Johannes first.
I think that's why we need networks of people caring for our MS patients. In Ulm, we do it like this. We have a cooperation with a urologist at the university, and we have a special neurological clinic where our MS patients are seen by a neurologist and one urologist, and we combine the examination and propose treatments. And the treatments are medical options, it's biofeedback, it's speaking about self-catheterization, it's speaking about physical therapies or bowel management. So the patients are counseled and they are treated by a team of many specialists. So, and we have urotherapists that are speaking with the patient. We have the great problem of availability because we are one of the only clinics in southern Germany which have this possibility. So sometimes if I ask for my patient for an appointment, I get one in 6 months. So that's the greater problem, to make it available, I think, for a broader amount of patients.
And before we get to Nele, I have a question to this audience. Of those who live with MS or NMO, whose doctors do not proactively touch bowel, bladder and sexuality? So hands up. Okay, and who has doctors who touch upon those themes? Okay, so it's half-half, I would say. Well, that's really good news, actually. Nele, over to you.
These topics are one of the favorite ones on my podcast because they are big issues, sexual, bowel, and
urinary
problems. And I think it would help if we could come to the stage that it is questioned up front, and then you come with the results of it to your doctor, and then you can start the conversation, because sometimes the doctors have issues with it, sometimes the patients when they are younger and let's say they are still going to parties and feel young and they should not have these issues, they don't want to talk about it, so there are different perspectives to that. But I think you can do it very pretty with a request, with a questionnaire up front, and maybe even with a not so direct one. Let's say if you are asked how often you go to the toilet per day and how much you drink, sometimes there is an issue already popping up which you don't feel it is an issue yet. Or if you have to go up at night. So certain questions, or with the bowel, or with the sexual dysfunction, bringing questionnaires to you where you can answer them very relaxed at home, and then discussing the results with your doctor. Because for some doctors it is an issue, but when it's really there, black on white, they have to talk about it. And of course then there is the issue of finding a neurologist, but it's possible. And I think we have really to change the habit of how we do it.
Yeah.
In Germany, I mean, I go there every 3 months, but it's like 10 to 15 minutes, which I have with my doctor, and maybe concentrate and maybe use AI to talk about it. How can I talk about issues where I feel a bit ashamed, or where I have issues, or where I don't know how my doctor is reacting, and having a conversation with the AI, and then coming with a nice excerpt and ask the doctor, and already be aware of what things you need to do to check the issue, how bad the issue is or not.
Wonderful, and I think also there must be apps, etc., where you can measure your symptoms, etc., so that it's not only the snapshot of where you are in that very moment. We had a question there, and where else there we have a question. There, many, so we go for it. And we have time for these questions, so sorry for whipping around before, but I love that we can ask these questions. So, who would like to go first? The lady with the red shirt first. My microphone is still
chvíli,
bizarre.
Potřebuji překládat teda do angličtiny, protože moje angličtina je na tak vysoké úrovni medicínské. Já jsem se chtěla zeptat, při vlastně ty magnetické rezonanci se používá kontrastní látka, která patří mezi těžké kovy. Chtěla jsem se zeptat, jestli už je nějaký výzkum, jestli jako ty těžké kovy se z toho mozku vylučují, nevylučují a jestli tam způsobují nebo nespůsobují problémy, protože na tohle se mi ty mladší klientky vlastně v té unii ptají. Pak teda můžu říct, že tam máme několik už těhotných a úspěšně těhotných. Během těhotenství se nikomu nezhoršila RSK, ale je tam nutná spolupráce s rodinou, aby po vlastně tom těhotenství měli možnost hodně odpočívat. To je jenom všechno.
So I admire how you're just sitting there listening, taking everything in and then feeding it back. So what is the question?
So the question is to analyze the biological liquids, the bodily liquids. To analyze this, there is actually an injection of heavy metals, and my clients often ask me whether these heavy metals somehow cannot harm your health. So that's one question, if I summarize. And secondly, we've already had several patients that are pregnant or that were pregnant with success. And there were no relapses. The RS didn't worsen during the pregnancy. But we always had to agree with the family to give them the support so that they have enough time to relax after the birth. So that's just a message, but there was this question about the heavy metals in the contrast substance.
Yes, okay, so gadolinium. Who would like to go for it?
Well, we have to give her time to translate.
Yes, thank you for being mindful of that.
We do not measure heavy metals because we do not have evidence that this affects multiple sclerosis. There's no evidence between heavy metals and multiple sclerosis risk or risk of relapse or risk of progression, so we are not measuring as a body fluid biomarker.
Okay, not as a biomarker, but gadolinium is controversial generally. Nele, what?
Yeah, I had for the German podcast, but I just translated it for the English podcast, Mike Watjes on my show, and he is one of the neuroradiologists who did the MRI guideline. And in the past, there was a gadolinium that could escape and stay in the body. But nowadays, we are using, I don't know the name exactly, but nowadays we are using a gadolinium which is very well protected and normally gets out of the body. Of course, you wouldn't do it with a pregnant woman. But nowadays, you don't need to use the gadolinium more or less during the, let's say, 1 year status request. You use it at the beginning, and you might use it if somebody takes natalizumab and you are afraid that there is an issue with the PML. Yeah. Or if you want to see it for a differential diagnosis, but it's hardly ever staying in the body. So nowadays, you have the option to do different MRIs with the T1 and T2. Help me.
Sequences.
Sequences, thank you. And with the biomarkers we just saw, so the rim lesions and the other lesion. So you have options to stay away from the gadolinium. And for me, for example, I mean, I have now MS since 21 years. It was done at the beginning, and I think it was done once later on. And since then, I get my yearly MRI, but always without gadolinium because I'm not taking natalizumab. So there was never an issue that they were afraid of PML. And normally you can stay away from it.
And I think that is very different in different countries, actually. But very interesting. You say, Erik, it doesn't have an impact, as far as we know, on the MS, but of course it's heavy metals as such. And you are saying, like, there are different gadoliniums now, and at least in some countries we have this policy of using less. What I hear every time is to drink afterwards. I have no idea whether that's true, but yes.
There were some studies that in the MS lesions there are low concentrations of gadolinium, of the older gadolinium agents. So we don't know, or we have no evidence that they are causing disease. So there is no need to. And first of all, there are also no heavy metals.
That's an important one. So gadolinium is not very healthy, but it's not heavy.
No need to worry about this. But the official guideline is when we have follow-ups, we don't need to do it with gadolinium. That's the first one. The second one is we need to have gadolinium if we think of complications in MS patients. So if we have a standardized baseline MRI, we can leave the gadolinium away if we have no complications.
Okay. Thank you very much. Super interesting. We still had 2 to 3 questions here or more. So quick questions, quick answers. We go to the very back here.
Hi. Thank you all for the information. I was wondering, with regard to pregnancies and menopause that I heard earlier on, how much are you doing actually with regards to looking at hormones and how they affect the disease themselves? Because what I heard is that MS patients that get pregnant actually do not have such a complication with the MS itself, and then later on get more of the relapses. But I don't know how much research is done into this.
Would you mind adding who you are and where you're from?
Yes, I'm Jarna. I'm from the Netherlands.
Okay, hi Jarna, and whoever would like to take this. Maybe Ioannis? Yes.
There is an interesting study by the colleagues from California, published. Ahmed Abdelhak is one of our colleagues from Ulm, and they measured NFL before and after menopause, and they showed an elevation of NFL in these patients, female patients. So hormones are also a biomarker for MS, and I think it also is in line with what we heard today morning, that the HRT, so hormone replacement therapies, can lead to a better long-term MS outcome. So we have also the fluid biomarkers showing this.
Thank you very much. Would you like to add one thing to it?
Yeah, the other question was why on pregnancy was a decrease on inflammation. Well, as you imagine pregnancy, you are getting a new life inside you. So your body of the women changes so that your immune system do not refuses your newborn. So this is why pregnancy is considered as mild immunosuppression, and that's decrease on the immune system activation decreases inflammation in multiple sclerosis.
I knew that it would be lighter and have experienced it like that, but I never had that type of explanation. Thank you very much. Nele, would you like to add to it?
Yes, ACTRIMS in 2023, Rhonda Woskul was presenting something, so she is at UCLA, and she said that she really wants to look into that in more depth. And we should do clinical trials because we have to do special MRIs where we look into the hippocampus, where we look into special regions to see how much the hormones are protecting women in menopause. And I think there are no results yet, but it seems that it could be very helpful and protective to take bioidentical hormones. Of course, there were some studies in the past where when you have somebody with breast cancer in your family, you might want to be a bit more careful, but that was with not bioidentical hormones, that was with horse-related hormones. So there have to be more studies around that. It's really interesting. I want to get her on my podcast. So far, I couldn't catch her.
And when you get her on a podcast, I have 1 or 2 questions for you to pass on. Super. Thank you very much. We have a question here and here. So, yep. who has the question? Yes.
Thank you. I have one question because when I attend these kind of conferences and listen to all the information about biomarkers, sometimes I feel that it's really different from what I listen when I'm in with my neurologist. So I have never heard like an explanation of my own biomarkers after an MRI, for example. And my question was like, how do you approach this information to the patients, or which is the information that usually patients receive regarding their own biomarkers?
Can you add again your name and where you're from?
Ana from Spain.
Yes. Okay, so who would like to take it? Maybe Eric?
Yeah, well, not every biomarker that it is, for example, introduced by Ioannis is now available in every hospital. For example, neurofilaments, which is one of the most promising we are using in clinical practice, but it is not widespread use, although I think in the next 2 to 3 years it will be available from everyone. So some hospitals have one, others. MRI is available in each hospital, but yeah, maybe just taking 2-3 minutes to explain what does this means would give a lot of reassuring for every person, I think.
Yes. Ioannis.
I think every patient is a little bit different. So you have a relationship with your patients. You have the anxious patient. You have the patient who don't want to talk about symptoms or about his MS. And you have patients who want to have all the information. So you must adapt your connection, your relation with your patient and explain very individually. So I don't think there is the one way to explain.
I love that you're saying that, Johannes. At the same time, there are also still many doctors who do a walking test, the 7 meters, MRI once a year or half year, and sometimes a blood test depending on the medication, and that's it. So to know there's more and to explain why we do what and what does it is good for everyone, I guess. But when you only have 15 minutes, it can be complicated. We can take 2 more questions and then we will wrap up. So hands up. So, Leda. It's coming.
Can the body develop a resistance against the treatment? And if so, how can you measure that?
In what sense, resistance?
If a patient has been taking the same treatment for several years, and sudden having a new attack, could it be because of resistance by the medication, by the treatment?
The disease, what we know is that it's not linear in the sense of the same inflammation at the same time. Maybe it starts with more inflammation and then it decreases and then restarts. That is what we know, for example, from the period that we had no treatments, and we had periods of stability and others of more inflammation. So we still do not know what determines at which moment we have more inflammation or not, if it's something from every person, if it's something from, we don't know, virus reactivation, environmental factors. That is something that we are still trying to figure out, because every patient or every person is different, and maybe in some cases we do not know. Others relate them to stress, although there's no strong evidence that, for example, stress can give us a relapse. A few patients could be other factors. So this is the 1,000 faces disease, so every person is different, and we still do not know to what determines that stability. I don't think that it's resistant. It's the disease that can reactivate, especially with less effective treatments.
Thank you.
I agree absolutely with Enrique. You lack the information that Leda is the NMOSD patient in the room. So I think he's right, we don't have any resistance. And also in NMOSD, you don't have a resistance on the therapies, but we can have triggers like infections, like things activating the immune system, and then we must see if the older therapy is enough in the long term to suppress inflammatory activity, or if you need to escalate therapy.
If I'm not wrong, there are options that I can get antibodies against the beta-ferrons and the natalizumab, right? So there is that option that I get antibodies, and that the treatment is not working as effectively as it did.
If you're lucky enough.
There are some treatments that maybe the body creates antibody to that treatment. Some interferons, and in a small percentage of patients with natalizumab, but especially in the first months, and with some monoclonal antibodies that are not fully human, such as, for example, ublituximab, which is available, or rituximab. There's a chance that the body can refuse that treatment, but we can measure that.
That are not fully human, meaning?
Yeah, because monoclonal antibodies is a term of how the structure of a drug is. It's any treatment that ends with MAP. That is monoclonal antibodies. So rituximab, ublituximab, ofatumumab, natalizumab, alemtuzumab are monoclonal antibodies because they are similar to the own defenses, which are the immunoglobulins, and they are using against a specific target. But some of them have a part they are half a human and half from a rat, and others are nearly complete human, and others are fully human. So it is more probable that you refuse a treatment that has a part from an animal, and others that are fully human.
Wow, we only have 5 minutes left for today, but this is super interesting. I guess you will be really much approached during dinner on that one. Okay, thank you very much. One last question, very quick answer, and then we wrap up. But the question is there.
Hello, my name is Raluca, and I'm living in Prague, but I'm originally from Romania. So my question is, if there is any research or biomarkers on the improvement of the Ad-Hoff effect, which is, let's say, heat intolerance in general, because as far as I'm concerned, it's something that's really affecting my life. I'm a recluse anywhere in between May and September. So it would be really interesting if there are any new approaches for this, other than just buy a cooling vest or stay indoors.
So, wow. Can you say who you are, where you're from?
Yeah, I'm Raluca. I live in Prague, but I am originally from Romania.
Okay, super. Who would like to take that one?
Very difficult.
I didn't understand so well the question, which was about.
I think there are not really biomarkers, but there's the option. I had Jens Bansi on my show for the German podcast, and if you do the HIT program, so high intensive interval training, you can get up your heat tolerance. So you should do it with an expert. You shouldn't do it on your own, and that person would push you more and more. And you end up at a point where you can get more tolerance to heat. So there is symptomatic treatment, but I'm not aware of biomarkers.
Yes. Yeah, super interesting, that one, and take that up during dinner, please. And Antonia is in the business of not business, but in the realm of cooling caps, actually. So that is very interesting as well, and we got some of those during our sailing trip 2 years ago to test. So we can't discuss about that now, but there are things that go beyond biomarkers in the classic sense. Good. I think we did a huge tour de table, and I'm very happy that we had time for that discussion. I learned so much, and I will now get subscribed to your podcast. And thank you so much for you, Johannes. You really made a very complex thing short and catchy. And Eric, you tied in so nicely, so it was ping and pong. Super. Thank you very much. So now, here Emilia will give you your 3 gifts.
Thank you very much.
So if now we would raise hands, if we understand what biomarkers are, we would have more hands up. Thank you very much. Good, super. Thank you. Good. Now I have, luckily, only 4 minutes to wrap up because I'm winging this. I have to say that I really, it's probably of all these MS conferences where I have been either moderating or participating, one of the most fascinating ones, because we've been really putting the people first and what we can do, and really getting from this we are sick and we need to live with it more and more into this is what we can ask for to our doctors. This is where the medical hope is. This is where it all goes, and this is what we can do. So to hear that we can push ourselves, but that we also need to give ourselves a slack, and that sometimes we can team up to drive change here, has been really, really beautiful. And I feel that we had not only wonderful doctors and researchers here telling us where it's all going and what prevention and primary and secondary brain health and biomarkers and stuff, what that truly means and can mean also in the future. And then all those beautiful people living with MS who go from stone bricklaying to basket making, and then really like so many stories that I will probably have a film in my head for the whole evening. I'm very happy we can discuss still this evening, and that we have a full day tomorrow. So there is a lot to do still. We will have the dinner. Remind me at what time exactly, Patricia? Can you have a look? I can have a look as well, but at 6:30 dinner in the restaurant down here, no? And please, tomorrow we will slightly earlier, I think at 9 o'clock, with the same energy and really think about all those questions you still have. We asked already quite some of them, and there will be many more. Thank you, and have fun tonight.